Okay. Whew. Are we live? We should be. Alright. Okay. Oh, why is volume on? I thought I turned that off. Ugh. Now we wait. Also, for those who end up watching the stream after it's done being live, hopefully everything should work out as it normally does. I'm kind of switching up the way that I'm recording because I have a single monitor setup. So, for this stream in particular, because I have things that I want to show off before we get into the actual meat of the game, I am just capturing my monitor, so I'm hoping that nothing screwy goes on when I actually start playing the game. I have been sort of doing sample recordings of me just running through the game and tweaking, what do you call it, video settings. So hopefully it's not the most it's not the most stable 60 frames per second, but hopefully we should be able to get 1080p 60. And of course, I will make sure that we stick to 1080 60, not like dropping down to 720 in the middle of stream, which might, screw with how YouTube deals with the footage. Even if that means turning down render resolution, which is already not great for this game. A lot of people have mentioned issues like pop-in and whatnot. It's something that when I'm playing, I just kind of tune out. But I understand how it could be very much a issue for other people getting into the game. And of course, if they address it either with sort of different LOD models, which stands for level of detail, so it could not have them disappear when further away, but switch to a much lower resolution, not even resolution, but much lower fidelity model, so it's still there, but it's not taking up as many resources, or even just having them fade in and having like just an outline be present, so that way people aren't blindsided by things just kind of popping up in front of their face. But I digress. During the stream while I'm playing, I might just bring up things that, outside of this, I would like to see addressed, because there are some things that aren't necessarily content related that I would like to see addressed in, like, patches. In fact, I didn't pull it up beforehand, but there was actually an update that recently came out. Yeah. This one right here, a new patch for Sonic Frontiers. And we're almost ready to get things rolling, so in the meantime, I'll talk about this. So it's just some patch notes. It was easier to see over here. So, fixed an issue with Xbox Series S owners not being able to select performance mode, which, given that this game kind of has some frame pacing issues on 30 FPS as opposed to 60 FPS, was, a pretty big deal. I'm still hoping they either fix the frame pacing or unlock the cutscenes to 60 FPS because it can sometimes stutter and look a bit less professional. And of course, the PC version has mods and cheat codes and whatnot to sort of unlock cutscenes, fix this, that, and the other thing. There are momentum tweaks, which is another thing that people have really been up in arms about. I personally don't mind. But of course, I would rather the game be more accessible to people than just, oh, I like it, so I don't want it to change. You know, things like that. But yes, fixed an issue where the Chronos Island Titan boss would disappear after reattempting the fight. That's that's kind of hilarious. Fixed an issue where one of the Chaos Emerald icons was showing as locked even after completion, which is annoying, but ultimately not game-breaking. So it's nice. I hope that we continue to have these smaller patches in between the large content drops. But now that we're actually, on schedule, let's dive right in. So, new modes, new Coco, new playable characters, more Sonic Frontiers content coming your way next year. And here we have the content map. We have the jukebox, photo mode, and new challenge modes. Let me open it up in its own tab. Come on. It's a bit crusty, but it'll do. Here we have, these two are very nice. I really hope that this isn't just a menu where we can select songs. That would be nice, but really just being able to choose, whatever song you would like to hear from the game as you're running through the different islands would be ideal, because, there are so many good songs in this game, and, a lot of people aren't going to spend that much time in the cyberspace stages. Some people will just play them once and forget about them. Some people will, like me, play them over and over and try to get the best times they possibly can. And so they'll hear the cyberspace music a lot. Or, there are the sort of quest stages where you have this really nice, funky little piece motivating you to keep on trying if you fail. And it's really nice, and just being able to hear more of that music that are in some of those shorter segments would be really nice. And then here we have photo mode, of course. I myself have sort of climbed up spires and towers and whatnot, and just sort of taken the time to admire the landscape, because this game can be really pretty. So adding a dedicated photo mode where you can do poses and whatnot and just get really nice, landscape shots. I love it. Yes, please. And then new challenge modes. So we have a sort of dividing line here where it has cyberspace stages, and then it's pointing to the next one. So what I'm thinking is it might be remixing the cyberspace stages or connecting them to make them longer stages, which, some people might be, upset about. They might just want, more unique cyberspace stages, which is something that I would like as well. I would like more unique cyberspace stages because the cyberspace stages that we have are very fun. And I have spent a whole bunch of time just playing this game after I've 100%ed it, just playing these cyberspace stages again. And I'm glad that arcade mode exists. That way I can just have an easy menu to go and replay those. And that's where I get to the bottom one. It looks like this top one here that I'm currently going over might be some sort of fight. Maybe there's the Guardian fights that you can choose. Maybe there will be different, arcade mode challenges where you have to fight waves of enemies. That would be interesting. But down here is what most people are really excited about because it looks like either Supersonic. Either we are going to get one of the main things I've heard everybody who's played this game talk about, and that is being able to refight the Titan fights as Supersonic, because outside of starting the game again, you can't really do that. Unless you're on the PC version and have the mod. Which, if that is the case, I am all for. If they add Supersonic as a sort of 100% bonus for clearing an island, I don't know whether it would necessarily be a challenge mode, but if they add that just in general, just, you can go around and explore the island, you can fight all these different enemies now with Supersonic, I think that would be wonderful. And once again, there is a mod on the PC version that allows you to do that. But the fact that this is official, this is the official Sonic the Hedgehog account, sort of promising that 2023 is going to have all these things added. And as you saw, there were various updates, and there's other things that I want to get into. That's it for update 1. So far, it looks pretty nice. It's just various different quality of life improvements. Once again, I'm really hoping the jukebox can be accessed anywhere instead of just in a menu. Phono mode, it wasn't something that I immediately thought of when I was playing the game. But that's because I don't play very many games with a photo mode in them. But seeing this here, it's just like, oh, yes, I would use that so much. I never even thought about it, but I'm so glad that they considered it. And the new challenge modes, I'm very interested to see what they do with them. And then here we have Update 2. So Sonic's birthday. This one's super cryptic. We don't know what it means. And because Sonic's birthday was one of the big things of Update 2, people are saying, oh, this is definitely going to be out June 23rd, 2023, because that's when Sonic's birthday is. So that makes a lot of sense, and people are theorizing this could be out, like, March to April. Which, I'm very excited for all this. I'm willing to wait however long it takes, as long as the actual quality of what we get is, really good. I very much enjoy this game. I'm going to be replaying through it a lot. I want to do mod showcases. I want to do different challenge runs, and that's what this stream right here is. This is a level 1 run. I won't be upgrading any of Sonic's stats. However, I will be using all the skill tree upgrades because those don't actually buff Sonic's stats. They just give him more moves. I almost did that for my run of Sonic Unleashed, but of course because I was upgrading Sonic the Hedgehog, and by the end I had to upgrade the strength and health of Sonic the Werehog. At some point, I might go back and finish that challenge run. Like, make an actual dedicated challenge run instead of just sort of giving up on the idea. Because once again, it was never really advertised to be that way, and it wasn't what I was really planning on doing with it. But I digress. So, Sonic's birthday, I'm assuming they might add like special events around the different islands, which would make a lot of sense. I don't know if they would really add cutscenes or if they would just like reskin missions or sort of add like a little side thing. What I hope is that this isn't time gated, so we can only play it during the event period. I'm hoping that this becomes like a little side option, or if it is time gated, that it's programmed so any June 23rd. June 23rd? Anyway, anytime it is Sonic's birthday, we can play the missions if they aren't available all the time. And then next up is the open zone challenges. Now, with the way that this icon is set up, as well as all the clocks whizzing past Sonic here, I'm assuming they're listening to what do you call it? Fan feedback, where a lot of people say, hey, these challenges aren't super tough, they aren't super engaging. We were hoping for more race type things, more time attack sort of things. This looks like what that's going to be. And if they end up doing more of those slower, more puzzle-based open zone challenges, I will be all for it. But I am very much hoping that it is more complex than what we have in the game currently. And then this third one seems to really be tripping people up because they don't know what to make of it. New Coco. Now, for those who don't know, each different island has sort of their own subset of Coco. Currently, it's just a cosmetic difference. It doesn't really do anything gameplay-wise. You don't have to collect new lost Coco through each different island to make up for where you were last time. It's just Coco are just one entity, one collectible in the game, but they have different different appearances based on the islands. As you can see, for Kronos Island, they have little leaves. On Ares Island, they have little cacti and other sort of succulent adjacent things, and I don't remember what the last few islands have, but this is advertising New Coco. So I wonder if they'll have a different use, or if it'll just be more variations between region, like it could be different biomes of Coco, have different little like outfits. Like in the story, we see things like bows, badges, and hats on different Coco. So I'm wondering if we get something like that, or if it's something more substantial, like if it's something that ties into the story, or if it, opens up new side quests. Like, it's very vague on what it means by New Coco. And so it's just something that we can theorize until until the update comes out. And of course, they aren't specifically dated on when they're coming out, but things like Sonic's birthday, people kind of assume, okay, so this is coming out sometime in June. But then this final one is the one that everybody's been talking about. It's Update 3. New playable characters and new story. Now this is very interesting because, well, so far we've only been able to play as Sonic, and outside of things like Sonic Boom and other spin-off games, the racing series, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, Sonic 06... Well, no. Because it was Sonic and the Secret... Not Sonic and the Secret Rings. Sonic and the Black Knight, where you could play as Sir Percival, Sir Gawain, and Sir Lancelot. But also you would have to consider that a mainline game, and people are kind of up in the air whether the storybook series is... Either way, if you count Sonic and the Black Knight, or if you count Sonic 06, either way, one of those, whether 2006 or 2010, was the last time that we had multiple playable characters that weren't just Sonic or a reskin of Sonic. Thank you, Sonic Forces, for Shadow just being a Sonic clone. That had multiple playable characters. And new story. Now, this is very interesting. They use the same picture of what looks like the structure on Oranos Island. So does this take place after the main story, or does this take place you play as these characters as they're trapped in cyberspace, and Sage and other cyber ghosts are sort of trying to break their spirits and, trying to get them to leave the island or be trapped in cyberspace. Um, we don't know what is going to happen. Sage could be a playable character, considering that she's, front and center on here. These three are just kind of off to the side. So we could very much play as these characters in cyberspace, and if we do, I hope they're able to be played as outside of cyberspace in the main Starfall Islands, because being able to explore as these characters again is something that we have very much lacked since Sonic Adventure. We didn't really explore much as the Amigo characters, as they were called in Sonic 06, outside of like one or two sort of sections, like the prelude to Tails' Emerald Coast. Not Emerald Coast. That was Sonic Adventure 1. Whatever the Emerald Coast stage was in Sonic 06, we had to get there with Tails. So we played him in the island, oh, excuse me. We played him in the Soliana hub for a bit. Knuckles we didn't get a chance to play as. Amy I didn't think we got a chance to play as in the hubs. So we've played these characters before. We know what they're sort of supposed to play like. Ultimately, I want them to be just as capable as Sonic, but still having their moves and personality. Like, obviously, Tails can fly. If he could, like, call in the tornado, whether it be to, like, drop stuff off, I don't know, send in artillery strikes, or even just, be able to climb inside of it, like Sonic Adventure 2, Knuckles, obviously, gliding, being able to take care of enemy encounters, sort of more efficiently than Sonic, or any of the other cast, and digging and finding secrets. That could be, very fun. And I'm thinking for Amy, I want her to be sort of a mix of Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Advance 1, where she's very athletic, very acrobatic, but still, while being slower than Sonic and the rest of the crew, being able to go quickly. Like, think Sonic Heroes kind of speed. Although, of course, with the sort of tighter physics or looser physics, you're able to customize Sonic however you would like, in terms of speed and maneuverability and whatnot in this game. So something like that, where she's almost as fast as the rest of the crew, but not quite, but still very athletic and uses her hammer for a lot of other things. And then Sage, I have no idea what they would do to make Sage playable, if that's what they want to do. But yes, that is the 2023 content roadmap. I am very excited. Oh, excuse me. I'm very excited for it, and I can't wait to see how it sort of unfolds. And then, one more thing. To prepare for the holidays, we'll be releasing this holiday cheer suit in Sonic Frontiers for free on December 21st. Well, you see, this is for free, so let's go back to that other stuff and see how much that would cost. Oh. It's all free. So that's very exciting. Just by owning the game, you will be able to get all this new content, and obviously that holiday cheer suit, which actually, fun fact, this isn't the first time that we've seen it. Yuji Uekawa, known famously for giving Sonic his modern redesign, and a lot of other characters their modern redesigns, starting from Adventure onward. He's done a lot of work for, obviously, the mainline Sonic games, Sonic Central, I want to say, or Sonic Channel. I don't remember what it's called right now. He does a lot of work. Great artist. I very much enjoy his work. But that's actually what this is sort of based on. And I hope that we get more things like that, where, you know, it's just things that we've seen in artwork finally made sort of playable. You know, even if it's just small outfits like this, it shows that they have a lot of passion for what they're doing, and they really enjoy what they've done with this game. Now, one last thing, this one's a bit of older news in regards to Sonic Frontiers, and I swear we will get to playing soon. But before the game came out, you could get these Sonic Adventure 2 inspired shoes, and you still can up until January 31st, 2023. And you just go to frontiers.sonicthehedgehog.com, and then you go over to, not DLC, newsletter. You sign up for this, and then they send you a code in order to get the Sonic Adventure 2 shoes. Of course, these are based off of the real-life soap shoes, which unfortunately went down in, like, 2003. But for those who are just picking this game up recently, or got it while it's on sale, or just don't keep up with the news, make sure to sign up for the Sonic Frontiers newsletter on frontiers.sonicthehedgehog.com if you live in the US or anywhere else that it's available. I don't know where. I don't know what regions specifically are able to get it, but just to be safe, just go to frontiers.sonicthehedgehog.com and see if you can sign up for the newsletter. Alright, with that being said, let's hop into the game, shall we? Alright. So we will be playing on hard, and we will be using the high speed style. Oh, because we're doing monitor capture, you'll see that I have the Steam FPS counter up. I apologize. I'm also not going to turn it off. But as you can see, because I'm on the PC version and using the Hedge Mod Manager, which has various different sort of cheats and whatnot that you can turn on, the only cheat that I have on is to unlock the frame rate of the cutscenes, so it should stay at a relatively constant 60 frames per second. Once again, because they are actively paying attention to this game and are going to support it into the future, I am very much looking forward to any quality of life.
It's all coming online. The ancient secrets will be mine.
Ooh.
Status report. Answer me.
Simulations complete. Executing protective initiative.
What? No! No!
That is another thing. The reason why I was talking about that is there are certain things that could be improved a bit. Like, for some reason, Sage during that one cutscene alone doesn't have any subtitles. And it's not like it would be a spoiler, like it doesn't have the name when somebody is talking.
Exciting.
You tracked the Chaos Emeralds here, right? Let's find out what drew them here.
While Sage is talking, and that can be an issue for those who, you know, need subtitles. And that's another thing with the secret final boss of this game. I won't spoil it right now, but that scene also doesn't have any cuts, or not any cutscenes, any subtitles. And that, you know, makes a bit more sense. Because that one's during gameplay, but also having the ability to turn on subtitles for that bit. I don't know how they would address that in the, what do you call it, menus without it being very spoiler heavy. But, you know, it's just something to consider. Alright, so here we have Sonic stuck in cyberspace. And, of course, people have had a lot of issues with reusing the same three aesthetics, because the fourth cyberspace aesthetic is what do you call it? A city, which for the most part is unique, aside from, you know, a few assets that might be inspired by Sonic Adventure 2 and other city stages that we've seen. But I digress. So, for the most part, this is going to be sort of a more casual run. I'm not going to be 100%ing everything here. I'm not going to getting all the S ranks and whatnot. I will be doing as much as I can, but we're not going to spend a lot of time focusing on specific cyberspace stages. I will do as much as I can to progress the game.
Tails? Amy? Oh. Whew. Looks like I'm the only one who made it out of that. Whatever it was. Whew.
Also, if at any point the stream becomes
Hello?
too laggy or it's too choppy and people can't tell what's going on, please let me know and I will work on changing the graphic settings, because my computer can run this game 1080-60 at maximum graphics, but
Find the Chaos
it's pretty much
destroy the Titans. Tear down the walls between dimensions.
it pretty much has to focus on doing that. It can't have too much going on in the background, and obviously streaming does take up a bit of computing power. So if any changes need to be made in order for people to have a better viewing experience, please let me know and I will do my best to accommodate. Alright. But as you can see, I am using the Sonic Adventure 2 soap shoes. And I will be wearing them for pretty much the entirety of the playthrough. There are a few other DLC outfits that we have right now. There is one exclusive to the Digital Deluxe Edition of this game. And that will be... those are interesting, but at the same time they aren't the greatest. Right, you have to go into the training simulator because this is the tutorial. Alright. Yes. For anybody just starting out, a good move for clearing out sort of large swaths of low health enemies is the stomp, which, as you saw, when you stomp 3 times consecutively, it sends out this little shockwave move. Now, of course, you can press it, or you can't press it thrice. You have to hold down the stomp button, and then you get that sort of effect. People can get confused when you're trying to do something, and then it's just like, hey, you can do this, and then they try to do it one way, and then the game says, no, we don't want you to do it like that. Alright. Let me go into graphics and see if Let me turn off these two. Just to see if that helps. I know the game's going to look a whole lot worse, but if the stream runs better, I will say it is worth it. Because just glancing over to my phone, I am noticing very big drops in frames that aren't really on my side, because the game itself is running just fine. Alright. And that's one of the main reasons why I haven't really been streaming, because I've been playing this game a whole lot, and have wanted to make sure that I could, you know, do this in a presentable way. Which, as you can tell, there's still a few hiccups with it. But overall, I'm hoping that this is watchable at the very least, even if, you know, it's not the best this game can possibly look and run. Alright, turn the statue to open the gate. That's nice. Ooh, look at that. Rings and things. Alright, now we go over here. Unlock skills. Sonic Psyloop can now be learned. I got the Psyloop. And the Phantom Rush. And the Air Trick, because that's going to be very good. And Sonic Boom. Alright. And Psyloop. Thank you. So this game has quite a few collectibles that you need to get in order to progress through the game. There are the memory tokens, which give you the ability to progress in the story via character interactions and cutscenes. We have the portal gears, which, as the game said before, come on, unlock the way to, seriously? Cyberspace. There we go. Alright. So... let's try lowering the render resolution, which I know is going to make the game look very crusty. I'm used to playing this at maximum graphics, and now it's looking like the Nintendo Switch version. The only difference is that this is in 1080p. But once again, looking at my phone to sort of see how things are going, it's kind of going very rough. But now it's looking better. I'm not noticing that it's going to, what do you call it, slideshow mode. But of course, we'll have to see when we get to more intensive scenes how this fares. Because this was one of the big things on why I didn't really stream much this month. I technically did get a stream in for November because it is the last day of November.
To bridge the gap between dimensions.
But well, one of the other reasons was I ended up getting sick.
Not enough to make the connection. 1 year will not suffice. Hunt down another target and take its gear.
That's nice. We dodge Guardian attacks. I don't think I'm going to do that all the way over here. We're going back to various different things that you need to collect. You have the portal gears that unlock the way to cyberspace stages, Chaos Emerald Vault keys that you get from completing cyberspace stages as well as doing other challenges, and then the heart tokens, and those once again allow you to progress in the story. Chaos Emerald Vault keys unlock Chaos Emerald Vaults, and I'm used to playing I've been playing the game earlier today, so I'm used to having all of my moves at this point, to which I would just sort of cheese this enemy. Come on. Nice. There we go. I need to remember that I only have,
Use the gear as you have done before.
That reminds me, one of the things that I want to change, I have everything set to max, is restrict movement during the monologue. This is on by default, and it makes it whenever, you know, Sonic says something during the open zone, or, you know, you're getting instructions, you cannot move. Obviously, because restricted movement. I would very much recommend to turn that off, just because there are specific little dialogue procs that you can find around the world. Come on. There we go. Oh. Alright, there we go. And a lot of the times if you're still moving, and you just barely graze it, it won't trigger. I have found that turning that on allows the player to more easily hit those procs, or at least it register that you hit those. So it plays the dialogue while you're still running around. And there's another way that you can get those to trigger, and that is
To cyberspace as many times as it takes.
and that is to sit around not interacting with anything for 10 minutes. And when I mean interacting with anything, I believe you can still use springs and rails and whatnot, but collecting any item like Lost Cocoa, any of the mandatory or optional sort of collectibles, including rings, will reset the timer. And they have little training stages you can do while the game is loading, which I find very fun. Right. So this stage is kind of infamous for being very difficult for people to S rank. I have already gotten the S rank. I have nothing to prove. So I'm just going to be doing a casual run. But that I just did is, oops, is a bit of speedrun tech that will very much help people who are struggling to get the S rank on this stage. It is done by activating a homing attack on, say, an enemy, or pretty much anything that can be homed in on. Activating a homing attack, and then immediately after activating it, pressing the boost button. And there we go. Didn't get anywhere close to the S rank time, but I did get enough rings and enough red star rings in order to get the other 3 conditions. Now, if I did replay this to get the S rank time, then I would get 3 additional Chaos Emerald Vault keys, to 3 additional Chaos Emerald Vault keys because I cleared all of the objectives. And of course we need those in order to get the Chaos Emeralds that are strewn throughout the map. Yeah, there we got 3 vault keys, and then it would say, oh, got an additional 3 vault keys for completing all the missions. But with that being said, typically I'll skip the entrance and exit out of cyberspace cutscenes because it's always the same. Same with these. A Chaos Emerald can now be collected from the Chaos Emerald Vault. Just in general, I'm just going to skip those cutscenes because they're the same throughout the entire game, and I would rather focus on the unique things rather than the same thing over and over. Which is hilarious if you watched the end of my Sonic Unleashed Eggman Land run. But outside of those main 3 collectibles that you can see in the upper left corner, just underneath the rings, we have various different seeds and lost cocoa, as I mentioned before, that you can find, whoops, throughout the island. Well, Sonic's going down. Goodbye. That you can find throughout the island that increase your stats. Yips. And those are the lost cocoa. You bring them back to the Elder Cocoa. And then you can upgrade your speed or ring capacity. As well as the seeds. There are red seeds of attack and blue seeds of defense. And you give those to the Hermit Cocoa, and it levels up your attack and defense, respectively. I'm not going to be interacting with either of them this entire run, mainly just because I want to, once again, challenge myself. This is a challenge run. I will be using the skill tree moves, as I've said before, just so that way combat doesn't get too repetitive. But other than that, from here on, Sonic is free to explore the island and gather Chaos Emeralds. And then I get stuff because I pre-ordered the game. So that's nice. But it's only for this first island. It's not like, oh, you pre-ordered the game. Well, the game will be infinitely easier for you on every single island. But this is just sort of the gameplay loop of Sonic Frontiers. You have little challenges that you can do that unlock the map and also give you a better view of the island, as well as unlocking more traversal items through these, the Ancient Rails. Some people talk about how it's kind of, it kind of clutters up the map and gets annoying for those who just want to appreciate the view, which I can very much understand that being an issue for them. I personally don't mind, but once again, just because it's something that I don't mind, it doesn't mean that I don't think it could be changed. Because ultimately, I want this game to be successful, and I want it to be a game that pretty much everyone can play and enjoy. And of course, making a game for absolutely everybody on the planet is pretty much impossible. But I want this game to be as enjoyable to as many people as it can be. Alright. Yips, come on. There we go. For the most part, I have been enjoying the game, as I have said before. Do I think the game is perfect? No. Do I think this is the best 3D Sonic game ever made? Also no, but at the same time, is it one of my favorite 3D Sonic games? Yes. Ah, nice! There we go, I got everything done. And, like I said, there we go, clear all 4 missions. And we get more rewards. Alright. Come on. There we go. And then 4 vault keys. Cleared the missions and gotten an additional 3. One thing that I very much wish for a future update. Oop.
I appear to be in a digital dimension. I've employed similar constructs in my own systems, but this is markedly more advanced. Note to self, don't admit that to anyone. The amount of data stored...
For some reason, his mouth isn't moving. That's strange, because normally his mouth moves. I wonder if it's...
Stop me from trying.
I wonder if it's because of the 60 FPS unlock, or if it's because I turned down the render resolution so much. But either way. For those who don't know, you can get some portal gears by side looping Asura's feet. Come on. There we go. That does not automatically defeat the boss, but if you just want to form portal gears, Asura's pretty good for that. Alright. So, oops, come on. What I am hoping to do is cheese this fight. Come on. No! Dang it. If you can get up there just right, you can sort of stay up here and not have to deal with getting launched off. There we go. And now you can... Oop. Come on. Oh. Well, that didn't quite go as planned. Alright. Nice. Oop. I am hitting the ones that I am supposed to not. Wait, what hit me there? And for those wondering, you can't just climb up his feet. You have to actually go up his hand. Alright. There we go. You can, however, climb up its body. Clicking the right thumbstick in for a controller is how you are able to lock on to enemies. Also, I'll show this cutscene for the first time in any other Titan defeating cutscenes. Or, not Titan, Guardian defeating cutscenes there are. Once again, I'll do it the first time, but then afterwards... Please, stop. Okay, goodbye. So the way you're supposed to actually do that is by waiting until they are in the air, and then just hitting this button. But of course, I have a few things. Like I said, this is one of my favorite Sonic games in recent memory. Not even just 3D game. But of course, there are a few things that I would like to see improved. Get out of here. One of those is, like I said before, making Super Sonic a playable feature of an island after, yes, after either beating the island in its entirety or even just progressing through the story and then just being able to cheese the rest of it with Super Sonic. Of course, I would say having it be a 100% completion. After you finish the island 100%, then you get Super Sonic. That is probably what I would recommend more. Just because it incentivizes players to sort of explore and get everything done. Because right now there's not really much incentive to do everything there is to do. And of course, you know, this game is made to be played sort of at your own pace. Alright, and then more free or even paid DLC costumes like Chip's bracelet, Sonic's look from Sonic Riders, sort of that gear with the sunglasses and the cool shades and whatnot. Hey, nice, got all of them. Also, something that I saw a friend do recently that I didn't know you could do. You can light speed dash into collectibles, not just rings in this game, which I think is the first time that that's been the case for a Sonic game. I don't know if that is true because, while I have played a lot of these games, I haven't played all of them, you know, super recently. I did recently play through Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 again. Come on. There we go. I need to remember that for Sonic Frontiers, you don't need to jump in order to initiate a homing attack, you just need to press the attack button. And even though I'm doing a level 1 run, you'll see me collecting things because it's just... it's just ingrained in me now to do it. Nice! I don't have that move. But I do have that one. And of course, the game is usually very good about telling you when you're able to unlock something from the skill tree. It will have, I believe, a exclamation point around your exclamation point around your sort of level counter in the bottom right. Also, I kind of feel bad about this, but I'm just kind of bullying this dude. If you stay within close range, this dude can't really do anything to hurt you because it will always hide inside of its shell. Alright. And of course there are these little treasure icons that whenever you find them, you just Psyloop them and you'll get whatever's down there. That one in that case was a Chaos Emerald Vault key. It can also be memory tokens, it can be seeds of attack or defense, or even portal gears. So definitely keep your eye out for that. You'll pretty much always want to hit those when you see them. Like for example, that was a lot of memory tokens, which is nice because we're going to need a few of those. But sort of going through the game, there will be times where... Nice. I usually stumble on that one. There will be times where you'll see those, and it'll just end up being like a spring or dash pad. And that'll send you to somewhere where you're not exactly going, but it'll typically lead to something like more collectibles, which is always nice. And there's that exclamation point, so we can get either the Wild Rush or the Stomp Attack. I think we'll get the Stomp Attack first, because we really want to get that quick Psy Loop. And then, of course, it puts you in a little tutorial area. So that way you can try your new move out. And of course, if you ever want to practice that, you can go to Training Simulator for pretty much any move that you can find in here. But I digress. Let us head back out into the main game. Oh yeah, if you idle for a bit, pretty much all the cocoa that you collect will just be chilling out down here. But going back to the things that I want for Sonic Frontiers, I figured instead of making a video, since I'm already playing the game, I might as well just list them out here. Chip's Bracelet from the end of Sonic Unleashed, I would love to see that back. Once again, Sonic Unleashed is also one of my favorite Sonic games. And outside of maybe like a mobile game or something, I don't think we've ever seen... Oops, failed that one. I don't think we've ever seen Chip's Bracelet come back in any sort of official sense. I am just not using my brain. Excuse me while I try to solve this children's puzzle. There we go. His Sonic Riders gear, his King of Camelot gauntlet, with an Excalibur skin for Supersonic, because all of the official costumes that we've had so far have not changed Supersonic. And here is the Hermit Coco. We will never be talking to him, because as soon as you talk to him, you automatically get the upgrades. So we'll just ignore him for now. And let me see if I can get this challenge done before the sun comes up. Oh, you can also get collectibles by Psy-looping. I don't think I did, dang it. Okay. Anyway. The final one would have showed up here. But yeah, if you're one collectible away and you don't want to...
It seems abandoned, though. Still, I better keep on my toes.
Yeah. If I had the restrict movement during monologue, I wouldn't have been able to move around there. But... Eh? Oh. Of course. Everybody's favorite. There he is. There's the squid. And for the most part, of course I would want these reskins and cosmetics to be free, but the reason why I say even some paid DLC, like cosmetic DLC, is because I would very much love to see sort of a movie Sonic skin. Yep, come on. Alright. So for... Oh, I didn't get the Wild Rush, or I think that's the move, where Sonic does a zigzagging motion. But I was trying to use that move instead of the stomp move, which is the move that I actually unlocked in the skill tree. Alright, come on. Yeah! There he is. But you very much want to use moves like the Stomp and the Wild Rush and all the other moves that, well, most of the other moves that you can unlock from the skill tree, because a lot of them will either slow down or stop time for the move's duration, especially those like cutscene moves. Obviously moves like this Sonic Boom? I think it's called Sonic Boom. Those moves don't stop time. But something else. I forgot what I was talking about. Some of the other cutscene moves will stop time. And that is very important for taking down enemies in one cycle, so you don't have to do the same thing over and over again. But having a movie Sonic skin with Ben Schwartz coming in to do some lines. Of course, he doesn't have to dub over the entire game. But just having Ben Schwartz in to do some grunts and the like, and having movie Sonic and Super Sonic would be super dope to see. And like even a werehog suit, like it doesn't turn Sonic into the werehog, but it just gives him sort of like a werehog suit, which I am excelling at this stage, if you could not tell. Mainly just because I'm not paying as much attention to the game as I should be. And even some classic skins that I know we already have mods for, but just seeing them in official capacity would be really nice. And plus, modern games have really been, you know, bringing in low poly models from older games like Sonic Odyssey, Super Mario Odyssey, and Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. So getting like Sonic Adventure 1 skins or Sonic Heroes skin would be super dope. And once again, the PC version already has mods like that. Yep, come on. If I'm not going to get the S rank, at least let me get all 5 red star rings. And, you know, of course, some other skins that I'm sure I am just forgetting that I would like to see. Ooh, a D rank. That hurts. Also, I was 1 ring away from getting 100%, so we'll just do this one again. Whee! The boost and the new, well, not new, but new for 3D Sonic, Drop Dash are very welcome additions to this game. And I am so upset that I'm probably going to get the... We'll just pretend that didn't happen. Look at that! This is my first run of Green Hill Act 1-1, or 1-1. Green Hill Zone Act 1 Classic from Sonic Generations. Because yes, a lot of the cyberspace stages are just reused stages from older games, not all of them. And once again, that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. Which is why I am personally interested to see what they mean by new challenge modes, and having sort of the infographic pointing to multiple cyberspace locales. I don't know if that means we'll get more cyberspace stages or once again just sort of cyberspace stages clipped together that you go through all at once. Okay. I was about to say, I am not going to fail both tasks again. There we go. All 4 missions clear. Yeah, Sonic Boom, that's what it was called. There was something that I was talking about, and I forget. But with that out of the way, I also won't be playing all the cyberspace stages. I'm just going to go through as many as I need in order to get all of the proper vault keys. I believe I have all that I need for Kronos Island right now. But of course it never hurts to double check. Also, a little detail that some people may not know. If you make a figure 8 pattern with your Psyloop, purple coins will be used in purple portals. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in the purple portals for this run specifically, mainly because when I was doing my initial runs of this game, I ended up just wasting a whole bunch of time in the purple portals because it's just really chill and you get to do fishing and it's very simple, but I think it's a very nice addition to the game. And it furthers my theory that Big would not be nearly as hated as he is, well, as he was, had they not made Big's story necessary in Sonic Adventure 1 to 100% the game. Or, you know, to get the final story, rather. Not even 100%. Because people were really upset and just absolutely detested Big as a character in Sonic Adventure 1. And he never really shook that sort of, what do you call it, reputation? Up until more recently. And of course, you know, his status as a meme certainly helped in getting people to sort of lay off of him a bit. But of course, you know, now that you can fish with Big, and it is 100% completely optional, people don't really necessarily have any problems with Big. I mean, of course, I'm sure some people do still have some problems with Big, but it's not the general consensus that he is the worst Sonic character ever, you know, created. But just to show you what I mean, here is Big's fishing hole.
Oh, hey, Sonic. You come here to fish too?
Also, one thing that makes me laugh, in the English version, Big the Cat is voiced by Kyle Hebert, which many people know as the voice of Adult Gohan from Dragon Ball. And I really enjoy watching videos.
What are you doing here? How did you get here? What even is here?
I don't know. I was looking for fishing spots and wound up here. So now I'm fishing.
Of course you are.
Would you like to try?
I'll let you borrow a rod.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to detense for a second.
Do you know how to fish? I'll teach you if you want. Hey, you've got a bite. Sonic, I'll leave it to you to pull it up. Can you see the red ripples? When the white ripple overlaps with the red one, lift your rod up quickly.
Alright. And there you go. We have now seen the entirety of the big fishing minigame. Of course, it gets a bit tougher with the...
You've caught it already. Nice catch, Sonic. I'll trade you a token for any fish you catch. If you get plenty of tokens, I'll trade them for some of the treasures I found. Just tell me what you want. Froggy really likes those purple coins. If you bring me one, I'll let you borrow my rod again.
Yes.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Essentially, that is the entirety of the big fishing minigame. But just the chill music as well as the Fishopedia are enough that I very much enjoy this minigame and will just kind of turn my brain off and listen to the music while doing this. But then with the Monster Hunter DLC, it introduced the barbecue spit. Which also gets you tokens to exchange to Big.
Would you like to try?
The difference is it doesn't cost purple coins. So if you really wanted to, you could just do that over and over and then get everything that you can from here. With the thing, you can get portal gears, you can get memory tokens, Chaos Emerald Vault keys, power, defense, cocoa, rings, and even skill pieces. Which we'll do. These egg memos up here are really nice little, like, tidbits of lore and whatnot. However, please, if you are playing this game for the first time, save getting the egg memos until the second island at least. After that, you can spend as much time as you want to. You can get every single one. I think there's like 20 some odd egg memos. Please, 1, listen to them, and 2, wait to listen to them until at least Ares Island, the second island in the game. It's not like it spoils the entire game, but it makes a lot more sense when you do that. But I digress. Going back to my list of what I want for Sonic Frontiers. Add an optional, like, DLC download for the prologue material. Or even just add them in an update and make them completion bonuses. Because we had a 2-part mini-comic known as Convergence, as well as the beautifully animated prologue animation. And here is Elder Coco. Once again, we're not going to talk to him, just because I know you can say no when he asks if you want to upgrade or anything, but at the same time, I figure it's just not worth the hassle. There we go. We will fight this tower again, and then we will progress on in the story. Ooh, hold up. Now we can get the quick Psyloop. Now this is very important for the big boss fights, and I will show you why that is. So, as it says on the tin, you can quickly perform a Psyloop. Now it isn't exactly the same as a full Psyloop. Some enemies, especially the ones who have physical shields rather than just the sort of digital shield that you saw in during the squid boss fight, those ones who have stronger shields are not phased by the quick Psy Loop, so you will have to use them for there. But I will say, each Titan in this game has a unique animation if you Psy Loop them, and unique behavior if you Psy Loop them. In fact, they have unique behavior if you Psy Loop them twice. And if I remember to do so, I will be making sure to show off the double Psy Loop effects for all the Titans. And if I fail to show something off, please let me know in the comments or in the stream chat, and I will do my best to rectify it, probably in the next stream, or if I am still fighting the boss, I'll just, I don't know, load my autosave. But the prologue material, like Sonic Origins, where it had Sonic Mania Adventures, which was more of a sequel to what happens after Sonic Frontiers, or not Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Forces. It would still be nice to have that material with the actual game itself, so it's not something that people miss because they didn't know that, oh, I have to log on to Sonic's social medias to find this free webcomic. Oh, I have to go to Sonic the Hedgehog's YouTube channel to watch this video. So that's something that I would like to see. And it could even include Tails Tube, because those kind of, not give necessary lore, but are just really good in general for figuring out the basics of the lore of Sonic the Hedgehog. And in the future, if they want to do, like, paid cyberspace stages, like I know that we're getting challenge modes and new story and whatnot, and I don't want to ask for too much and wear the team too thin, because this development team actually isn't very large, especially for, you know, a mainline Sonic the Hedgehog game. But just things like that, where you can opt in with the 2023 roadmap. I don't want to be like too greedy and go, oh, I want all the DLC to be free, which is why I'm just like, you know, it could be paid, it could be free. But ultimately, I want the same passion and attention that went into the main game to show up in these DLC things. Like, I was not expecting, like, new story content out of any of the DLC. Like, this news dropped this morning, and I was so hyped. Like, it was the second thing I saw when I woke up. And I was just taken aback because I wasn't expecting it. I am missing a Chaos Emerald somewhere. Normally they would have, or maybe the rest of them are through quests, so we'll go through there. But one thing that I would really like is being able to, one, get more aesthetics for cyberspace if they do add new stages, or even just the ability to change up the aesthetics that we have for the current cyberspace stages. I know that might take a bit of reworking, but just switching out because, as so many people have said, we've played Chemical Plant, we've played Green Hill Zone, we've played Sky Sanctuary so much recently. Just having new aesthetics for these stages, I think, would go a long way in helping people not feel as fatigued that we are going through older stage layouts. Like adding casinos like Casinopolis or Scrap Brain from Sonic the Hedgehog 1 or various other sort of Eggman bases from the series, just to spice up the variety a bit, would really go a long way in helping this game not feel as derivative, because, you know, that some people online, a lot of people online, really take issue with them reusing the same aesthetics over and over again. And once again, when I'm actually playing the stages, I don't really care that much. But at the same time, I understand why it's such a large issue for people. Because it really takes them out of it. But that being said, let's go. Boss rush mode, please. I think that's going to come true, but just in case that isn't on the docket, please, please, please add a boss rush mode. And then patch the Sonic idle dialogue triggers to be larger so people can more easily hear them. Because I have been watching somebody play through this game, and I've just been like, hey, go over here. Now stand in this specific location. And then it's just like, oh, why? And then the dialogue triggers, and then it's just like, oh, that's so cool. And then it's just like, yeah. Shame that you quite easily can just run past it, though.
Amy, is that you?
Hello? Is someone there? Help me!
Hang on. Maybe messing with the ruins will fix things.
Alright. Also, I love the animations in this game. Like, Sonic has so much personality again, and it's really nice.
Hello? Sonic, are you alright?
Me? You're the one who's only half here.
I feel fine, but that energy that was holding me prisoner went into you.
I've been infused with weird zappy stuff before. Besides, I feel like it gave me some kind of boost.
Well, in that case, we need to get moving. If I was trapped, I'm sure Tails was too.
Good call. I'll scout around and find you later. Deal?
Deal. Be careful.
Careful? Where's the fun in that?
And then we get a new move. This is essentially a counter.
Key. Be empowered with this technique.
Okay. I won't be skipping any story cutscenes, just because even though this is a level 1 run, this is also my first time streaming the game, so I would like to show people what this game has to offer. You know, taking another look at it, those...
Guess that's one of the Titans keeping Amy trapped.
the holes on its things not just being for the boss fight, but actually being kind of like eyes is terrifying.
You leave immediately.
Okay.
Where'd you come from? Are you trapped too?
Do not approach the Titan.
Sorry, kid, but I've got a job to do.
If we are fortunate, it will destroy you.
One thing that I am very interested to see is I really want people to translate the Japanese version of the game into English, because obviously we had Ian Flynn in to do the English story and dialogue for this one. And I think the English version is actually really good, with characterization and whatnot. But the game's director, Mario Kishimoto, was actually the one who wrote the Japanese script and dialogue, and wrote it to connect more with the Japanese audience. So now I'm interested to see a Sonic game's Japanese script, not because I think the English version is butchered, which is something that I unfortunately can't say about a lot of the games, but I'm more interested to see what the differences are just in terms of how the characters interact. Because a lot of the games, I just...
Okay, I'm not taking that thing down the traditional way. I'm gonna need the Chaos Emeralds. And maybe a little bit of luck.
The characterization is just super inconsistent because we've had a lot of English localizers and people with various... Yes, I have 100 of them. But various different localizers and whatnot that have different levels of knowledge of the games and, you know, sort of how characters should react, sort of the script itself, as well as some interesting localization changes, including just kind of butchering the meaning of some scenes. For example, Sonic Heroes. I very much enjoyed the English cast, but what they did to a lot of those scenes, especially to Team Dark, just kind of sucks, because, you know, you go on for this scene and suddenly characters know things that they shouldn't know and are speaking very strangely, and it's just very dumb. So very much the English version is a lot more consistent in terms of characterization and sort of character interactions, and that's sort of been the big draw for those games. But for this one, it seems less so that... It seems more so that they paid attention to how these characters should act, react, and interact with each other.
Yo, Amy. Who's your friend?
Mm-hmm. Good to know.
This Coco says they need to find their one true love before it's too late. They've been too shy to express their feelings, but if they don't do it now, they may never get the chance.
You got all that, huh?
I feel like the dimension I'm in is translating for me. It's strange, but feels natural.
Well, you always had a knack for weird insights. Who am I to argue?
Well, don't you worry. We'll reunite you with your lost love.
I would think we've got more pressing issues, but again, who am I to argue?
Also, Sonic is so sassy in this game, and I love it. I apologize if people have been talking in chat. I am currently looking at my list of things that I want for Sonic Frontiers, so I haven't been able to read chat in a while. But I'll get to that as soon as I finish with this. With the list.
Sonic, over here.
Just the little kick up of the grass and the little pose that he does.
This poor mother says she's lost her children. Can you lead them back here, please?
Sure thing.
It's just so adorable and I love it. Alright, but also I love this song. I love this entire soundtrack. But this song in particular is so good. Like it's such a nice little like funky piece that even if you screw up the mission, you're fine with hearing it again because, you know, it's a really nice little piece. Also, don't ask why the Coco children are dropping bombs when you are trying to reconnect them with their parents. Oh, there they are. It's just a video game thing. Also, this animation is amazing and I love it. That's pretty much the one repeated animation that I'm not going to skip. We are going to watch Sonic dance every time because it's amazing. But yeah, this is the first sense that everything on the island may not be what it seems. So you got the cute little Coco reuniting with each other. And then their souls go off into Zap. What is Zap? Who knows? But yes, now the Coco have ascended.
Okay, we'll keep looking. Sonic, they act like none of that happened.
Do we even know what that was?
No, but I got a sense of completion, comfort.
Weird. Now let's keep moving. I want to wrap up our time here ASAP.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. For the most part, I think I will be tackling this the way that I've been doing on Chronos, where I get everything that I need in order to complete the island, and then I just do it all in one fell swoop. Of course, you can get, you know, however much you need to talk to Amy in this current moment, and then go fight, or and then go fight, and then go find Amy or whoever and talk to them. But I think just getting it all done at the beginning and then just knocking it all out at once, I find flows much better.
You again?
Submit. Your reckless actions endanger the world.
Care to explain how saving my friends is a bad thing?
You are an enemy combatant. I will not share data with you.
What is wrong with you? Sonic would never endanger anyone. He's even going to help this Coco reunite with their one true love.
Oh, they're so cute.
Love. An emotional status too vague and varied in its definition. You are both too ignorant to be helped.
Also, a little spoiler alert. Sage is great, but a lot of her dialogue just...
Aside from being a pain, no clue.
a lot of her dialogue is going to be very similar to what that cutscene just was. Just, you must leave. Why? I can't tell you. You are an enemy combatant. And it's just like, okay, cool. Then just tell us anyway. So that way you can say something more than I can't tell you. Once again, it's just one of those things that some people will get annoyed with, but I personally don't mind.
These look like homes? I wonder who used to live here.
Alright, I didn't actually get that dialogue on any of my previous playthroughs. That's interesting. Okay. I've heard, like, the entire... all of Sonic's little idle bits on YouTube, but hearing some of these in-game, in context, knowing what he's talking about, it's very interesting. And that's why, you know, they should patch those to be larger, because I could have taken a quick step to the left or right and missed that. Sonic? There we go.
Something wrong?
They say their Amore was stationed on the far side of the field. This is the field.
I'm not seeing a lot of farming going on.
Maybe, if you use that new technique of yours, you can clean up all this wild brush.
For a quarter. Alright. Normally I'd read all of the little dialogues, but this is come on. This is a big enough game as it is. If I took the time to sit here and read every single line of dialogue, it would take as long as as my first playthrough did, which was about 20 hours to get through everything. And I'd just rather... come on. Nice. Love that. Okay. Excuse me? I would just rather get through everything and go through other stuff later, or in a different stream, in a video. Yeah, you homing attack those to get the attention of the bees, and not run into them. Ah, right, you used the quick side loop. I forget that. Wow. Hey. Alright. Yeah, you just cut the grass. You can do small little side loop circles, so you don't have to worry about running into those and losing a big old combo. That was close, but also I didn't get any credit for that, so phooey. And honestly, this little patch should be enough. Or not. There we go. Alright. So let's go back to the things I want for Sonic Frontiers. So either rebalancing hard mode, or adding a very hard mode, which makes it so Sonic can only get rings from his Psyloop once every 30 seconds or so, because you can just sit there and Psyloop and just get maximum amount of rings. The game doesn't limit you how many rings you can get at any one time.
Used to be farmland, huh?
Yes, they make it sound like it was abundant. But now...
I mean, it's grassy.
Yup, but I've seen this kind of recovery in areas Dr. Eggman damaged. Something ruined this land, and it's barely begun to recover.
Then we need to make sure it has plenty of time to heal.
Right.
Yeah. Alright.
Keep tabs on the hedgehog. I want constant updates.
There we go. Now Eggman's mouth is moving.
Keep looking for a way to get me out of here.
I am evaluating all safe options.
Keep up the good work, Sage.
Thank you, Doctor.
You know, I hope in that new story we get a lot more Eggman bits.
I am extending the range of my control, but I can still only command a few of the Ancient's relics at a time.
Commendable. But what about finding me a way out of this digital dimension?
I have run 1,700,050 simulations. There is no scenario to safely remove you from cyberspace.
Unacceptable. Keep looking. Make it your #1 priority.
But keeping you safe is my priority.
Yeah, come on, dude. So I can just sit here and just get the maximum amount of rings, which, when you do, gets you the power boost. Now, of course, this lets you run super fast. It actually is it gives you a taste of the maximum amount of speed that you can get in this game. So I'm running at level 99 speed here with this power boost. But of course it goes away as soon as you get hit. Well, if you can just Psy-loop your rings back and, you know, it doesn't really matter, then there's no real point to it.
Don't get too far ahead.
Maybe we should just let them wrap it up on their own.
We have to see this through.
We still haven't found Tails. We've been wrangling children and taking detours the whole way.
Are you telling me you would leave behind someone in need?
No, but I'm also worried about you. You can't help anyone if you're stuck in limbo.
All right. Then hurry up and save me too, so we can find Tails.
Sounds simple enough.
Alright, I believe we have one more dialogue before we have a difficult puzzle. Which it might just be that I'm bad at puzzles, but at the same time... it took me a while to get it. And once again,
It's too dangerous.
it seems like there's more to the Coco than we know. These entities look like Chaos, the god of destruction from Sonic Adventure. But they have Coco inside of them. I wonder what that means. It's so sad.
Reunited. Right before the end.
They're together now. You take a minute. I'm gonna keep moving.
It's the zap! Alright, here we go. Now we have the really difficult puzzle. Which, excuse me, let me talk to Amy, please. fine. There we go. Which, just like Mazer Size and FNAF Security Breach, I have completed this puzzle before. I am all down for looking it up because I don't want to deal with that again.
Hey, still thinking about the Coco?
Yeah, and more. I'm not sure what happened, but I know what I saw. A love that transcended time. I believe in her power. When this is over, I want to share that love with the world, even though it may take us far apart.
I know you'll do great. I want to hear all about it when you come back.
God, I love the characterization of Sonic and company in this game. It's so good.
What's up, Amy?
Look, wasn't this region locked off before? I think you can interact with it now. I think you can rotate some of them.
Maybe they'll act like the other puzzle locks and show me the way to that Titan.
It's worth a shot.
Alright, what's the right way to do this? Looks like there's a pattern on the ground.
Alright, so the way that this puzzle works is you go up to this one, and there are 4 tombstones. So this one over to the right will move this one as well as the top one. The left one will move the top one and the right one. The bottom one will move the bottom and the left one, and the top one will move the top and the bottom one. So, according to this guide, moving this 2 spaces to the left. Nope, I was on step 3. Let's go back just in case. Alright, so turn the south tombstone to the right once. Turn the north tombstone to the right. Yes, to the right twice. And now we turn the east tombstone to the left twice. Finally, we turn the left tombstone to the west once. The east tombstone to the left once. Is that? Okay. I don't think that worked. This... Either I did that very incorrectly, why did the game tell me about that? So we'll load the auto. There's my 25-hour first save file. So let's try this guide. Because if I can just do this quickly and not have to think about it, I will do that. And y'all can make fun of me as much as you would like. Okay, a grave mystery, yes. Why does it keep popping up that thing whenever I go to this one? Okay, so. Stop. Methinks that this particular tombstone is bugged, because every time I try to move it, it pops up the information text. Yep. 1, 2. Yep. 3, 4. Okay. And then 1. Nope. Okay, maybe it's just the game that's bugged. Okay, so. It says clockwise and anti-clockwise, but are they talking about the rotation of the gravestones or turning left or right? Oh, you know what? It's because I'm using the directional pad. 2, 3, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I just turn this one around and this be right? Well then, hold up. This one isn't even right. This needs to be okay. Just like Mazer size. Okay, so we turn this one anti-clockwise 4 times. And then we turn this one clockwise 8 times. Okay, and then this one clockwise 4 times. No, because then that's incorrect. Okay, one more time. And if this one doesn't work, I'm going to find a different guide, because this one doesn't seem to be working out too well. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it says this one just needs to be rotated this way 4 times, which is not the case. I don't understand, because this needs to be down here, but with the okay. I'm just going to look up a video guide and hope that they have the exact directions on the video. Alright, so they start over here. They bring this one over here. And they bring this one down. Alright, that was what neither of the guides said to do. I don't know if that was what the second guide that I found was trying to get me to do, but then it only had half of the solution. Right, well, with that being said, sorry that took a bit longer than I wanted it to. So, I'll go back into what I want for Sonic Frontiers, Either rebalance hard mode or add very hard mode. Make it so that way Sonic can only get rings from a Psyloop once every 30 seconds.
Sonic, I'm sensing the Titan up ahead. This is it. The big showdown.
It'll be a short match if I can't find the last Chaos Emerald, though.
I searched everywhere I could. I'm out of ideas.
So where is it? Maybe I'll find it along the way.
Yeah, just kind of on the ground, you know. Yeah, they had to do quests or unlock Chaos Emerald vaults.
Makes me think of the falls and Mystic Ruins.
You know, had to go through vaults or challenges, but maybe this one's just on the ground, you know. Quick thinking, Sonic. Alright. And then Psyloop every 30 seconds. And then have the amount of items that you can get from the Psyloop be correlated to your ring capacity level, because currently in the game all it does is once it gets to level 99 you have the power boost whenever. It also makes it so that way you can hold more rings, obviously, but up until you get to level 99 all it does is increase your maximum capacity for rings. Meanwhile, if you make it so that way at like level 10 you can get large rings. At level 25 you can get memory tokens. 50 you can get portal gears. At 75 you can get Chaos Emerald vault keys. You know, it would incentivize people to upgrade the ring capacity more, instead of just, oh, at the end, at level 99, I can get the power boost forever. Cool. Come on. There we go. Oh, that was close. Alright. Also, the Supersonic boss fight themes are so good! Like, just thinking about these songs makes me want to refight the bosses and just play through the game again. But for the first time in a mainline Sonic game, or maybe not like a mainline Sonic game, but for the first time in like a 3D Sonic game, you know, you can fight these bosses, and Sonic, instead of playing like super differently than he did throughout the entire rest of the game, he plays pretty much the same as he did when you were normal Sonic. But now that I have... Oops. Nice. I was holding the wrong button. There was the Psyloop that I was telling you about. You can either get the... Yep, come on. Ah, I let go just a bit too soon. Alright, let's go. But this is one of the reasons why I said the skill tree is something that we can use, because outside of, or not outside, but if I were to limit the skill tree, Sonic's combat ability would be very repetitive, because we would basically just have the basic ability and whatever moves we unlock from the story. There we go. Also, I'm not going to show it if I can help it, but Sonic has the most hilarious sort of QTE fails in this game. Yeah, there we go. It's the most ridiculous anime thing, the supersonic fights in this game, and I am here for it. To the end of May. Ooh, nice. So you can't do the double side loop ability after the dude. Or maybe you have to counter before you can. Or just not get hit. That works too. There'll probably be a few times where I just stop talking during these fights, just so that way people can hear it. Because, God, this soundtrack is so good. Let me try that theory of you have to... Yep, come on. Yeah, there we go. So you still can, you just have to time it. And not get hit afterward. You might be wondering when I know how to parry, and that is because anytime an enemy is about to attack... Come on. Anytime an enemy is about to attack Sonic, there will be a little electrical burst that comes out. Alright, there we go. Giganto's almost done. But yeah, if you pay attention right over here, you'll see an electrical burst. Or an electrical bolt comes out. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, playing through these bosses normally. Also, I love that they sync up the end of the fight with the music. Fighting those bosses is supersonic throughout the game.
Thy next foe awaits on the sand-scarred island.
Is
Right.
the
You said Titans earlier, plural.
plural. Hey.
Darn it.
I guess this isn't over until I bop all the big bots. Sorry, Amy.
I'm feeling more like my old self. It's working. Keep going and don't keep me waiting.
I'll be back before you can do a fortune card reading. See ya!
Fighting through those bosses normally. The game doesn't really cap your levels, so I'm sure if you spent enough time just kind of screwing around on the first island, you could probably get to level 99 on all stats. But then the bosses honestly become kind of a joke, which is why I decided to do this level 1 run. I wanted to see how much more difficult it would be to take on the game with that sort of little self-imposed challenge. But going back to challenge, either tweaking hard mode or adding a very hard mode, Sonic can only get rings from a side loop once every 30 seconds. And then other trinkets are only available.
I didn't want this to be easy anyway.
Looking a bit worse for wear, Sonic, but you know what, that's alright. Come on. There it is. Did I? Oh. The thing just bounced. Speaking of bouncing. Bye-bye. I feel kind of bad taking out those enemies, but at the same time, they can be annoying if you don't take them out. I don't have enough to take it out immediately.
Looks like he was planning a full invasion. So where is he?
And of course, I might not be returning the Coco, but I will of course pick up any lost Coco I see because they're adorable, and I want I want them to cheer for me. All right. So I think I'm gonna do this little platforming challenge. I can see nothing immediately in front of me that would be a bit more pressing. Dang, I fell off. Alright. Yes, as you can see in this little chamber here, it looks like we have Knuckles on this island. So if you didn't see the prologue video Divergence, you wouldn't have known that unless you saw any of the promotional material. So yeah, I love Sonic and Knuckles' interactions, especially on this island. It's so good. Right, here we have this Strider. So this dude, first phase is very simple to take out. Second phase, not as much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stomp a lot to make sure that I take care of it in one phase. Ah, dang it. Okay. So it looks like... Ooh. All 400 rings gone. They really expect you to have defense above 0 at this point. Or I guess 1. So the reason why this one's so much harder is... As you can see, it now switches rails. Ah, dang it. Alright. Give me more platforms, please. Or rails, I guess. This enemy can be very annoying to people. I very much like dealing with it before I have to go into its second phase. I don't blame people who just give up trying to fight this dude if they don't kill it during its first phase. And in particular, it's those red ones that give me the most hell. There we go. Of course, as we fight more of these dudes, the more XP we'll get, the more moves we'll unlock. In fact, oops, I keep pressing the map button instead of the skill tree button. I'm going to unlock Wild Rush right now because just like having more things that we can do against enemies is going to be very beneficial, so that way it doesn't get too repetitive for y'all. Alright. So let's try doing this little platforming challenge again, now that I'm not running off the side. Or at least, hopefully, I'm not running off the side this time. Yeah, there we go. yeah, if y'all have played Sonic Frontiers, what do you think about it?
Knuckles, what are you doing here? Never mind. I'll get you out. Hang on.
I need 3 more memory tokens. You've got to be kidding me. Alright. Knuckles' memory token. Alright, now this is where a lot of people realize you don't have to time your parries at all. And that's another thing that I would like to change for my either hard mode retweak or very hard mode. Make it timing based. That really should have just been a thing for easier modes. But once again, I understand for the sake of accessibility. Yeah. For the sake of accessibility, but then, you know, for those wanting a challenge, they should be able to have that in a very hard mode. Oh no, the Hermit Coco. I almost said Elder Coco. They are 2 separate entities. Alright. The very hard mode, the ring capacity being more useful because then you can get the extra unlockables with more ring capacity upgrades, and then actually having to time your parries rather than holding the buttons down, as well as decreasing the amount of time you get for quick time events or QTEs. Just in general, I think for people who make videos showing off those QTE fails, it shows like you have to wait like 5 to 6 seconds for that QTE to fail. Like, you have to actively try to fail that QTE. And so I find it kind of funny. So those could definitely be trimmed down for a very hard mode or whatever. And letting... wait, what? Oh, very hard mode could be like a New Game Plus option, which also affects the S-rank requirements in terms of time for S-ranks, if that makes any sense. These guys are real funny. So, pretty much what you do is you just grind on their rail and then bop them on the head. But they become real funny once you get a Chaos Emerald, because then they take the Chaos Emerald and you have to go find them, or you have to go grind on their rail and get it back. Alright. Sure, I'll do this nighttime one. These ones can be pretty difficult if you're not paying attention, or if you're just looking in the wrong direction, you don't see them spawn in. So you have to be very mindful of where you're looking. But as soon as you see them, all you have to do is side loop. It's not super difficult. You can just very easily not see where it spawns in, and then get sort of thrown off from there. Alright. And here we have a Chaos Emerald Vault, but obviously we need 6 more because we only have 1. So, as soon as I find a cyberspace stage, we will work on getting some of those. As well for that, please, please, for the love of all that is good, update the Elder Coco so that way you don't have to go through each individual upgrade and you can just bulk upgrade Sonic like you can with the Hermit Coco. Speaking of patches, don't forget to add the subtitles for Sage in the opening cutscene. I already went over that when we watched the opening cutscene. Possible level of detail for objects, or at least a fade in. 30 FPS modes have incorrect frame pacing according to, I want to say it was Digital Foundry, which ends up making them look all jittery and uneven with their pacing. Suggest addressing that in a patch. Or instead forcing the cutscenes to be 60 FPS. But still, you know, you'd want to have gameplay run smoother, especially since all versions except for the PC and Xbox Series console and PlayStation 5 are the only systems that can run this at 60 FPS. Everyone else, you know, Xbox One, PS4, Nintendo Switch, all of them are stuck at 30 FPS. So just either fixing the frame pacing, not either, but fixing the frame pacing is something that I think should be a very high priority, just because not everybody has a PlayStation 5, Xbox Series console, or a PC that's powerful enough to run this at a stable frame rate. Alright, here we go. We got the shark. So this dude, it's very simple. Gonna jump out and you have to catch its tail. Then you have a whole bunch of QTEs to do in order to hold on to its tail. There we go. And at some point, it'll allow you to homing attack the body, and then you can wail on it for a bit. It just takes a bit. There we go. Alright. Hopefully, that should be enough to get it in the next cycle. Because then it will change up this a little bit for the next section, much like as you saw the or as you saw Strider had different attacks for each phase. So we get these pillars. And if you're paying attention, you can just hold whatever direction is going to be required for the next thing. So you don't have to worry too much about timing. Just make sure that when it comes up, you get the proper direction held. Alright. Let me attack you, please. Alright. There we go. Ah, so close. Alright. It's close enough to death that I'll get the portal gear. More quality of life settings, like turning off the boost distortion, or boost music distortion in cyberspace stages would be very nice. Alright, now for this one I actually have to pay attention a bit because dude could throw me off whenever it likes because the missiles... I don't think the missiles are in a set pattern. Because as you saw, we got 2 in one direction, and then that one was the... Whoa. There we go. Alright. There we go. I assume that's going to be a bit of an issue going forward. It was Coco's the entire time. Or it was Coco the entire time. Where I just need to sort of spam... Oh, we're back where we were. Where we just sort of need to spam the special attacks. So that way we don't have to take 3 phases to defeat one enemy. Alright. But once again, you know, that's just a part of the challenge. We aren't going to be able to rip and tear through as many enemies as usual. Is this... okay. Oh, these ones are going to be interesting because, you know, obviously our damage isn't going to scale throughout the course of the game. So while I was able to take care of it then, some of the later islands might be a bit more difficult because they obviously make it so that way you have to do more and more damage. And they expect you to not be at level 1. But, will it be that big of an issue? I guess we'll just have to see. Alright. So as I'm just running through... Yep, come on. There we go. I will finish off that list and then see if there are any comments. Anybody saying hi in chat and wanting to talk for a bit? Turning off the boost music distortion because this game has amazing music, so why would you want to, you know, be able to hear less of it? Tweaking the cyberspace-specific physics so things are less janky, not dropping speed to 0 after light speed dashing, even when holding the direction, for example, since at level 99 speed, it doesn't do that, which makes me think that it's tied to your speed stat, which is very weird why that specific sort of momentum thing would be tied to your speed stat. But, you know, I digress. Because a lot of people aren't going to deal with the Elder Coco shenanigans, a lot of people don't get to level 99 speed and ring capacity. So a lot of people just think, oh, anytime you do a light speed dash in this game, your speed automatically drops to 0, even if you're holding a direction. Which, it very possibly could, and I just haven't been paying attention. But, I've noticed when I've been playing on my 100% save file, and I do a light speed dash, that I don't have that problem that I have in the cyberspace stages. Please, thank you. This boss fight, or this Guardian fight, is very fun. Yeah, as you can see, quick Psylooping doesn't do what a regular Psyloop does. Or maybe it does, and I just wasn't paying attention. That is very... that could very much also be the case. But, unlike our friend Shark, that was much less that was much less painful. I didn't grab the portal gear. There we go. And from what I've seen, the speedrun trick of homing, attacking, then boost isn't nearly as effective in the open zone as it is in cyberspace, which is why I haven't really been doing it outside of cyberspace. There we go. Speaking of cyberspace, I should go and find one of those stages. Alright. Give me platforms, thank you. There we go. Denote who is talking with the Elder and Hermit Coco, or add voiceover. Because when you are talking, it is some of the only dialogue in this game that doesn't actually have voiceover with the accompanying text. And it doesn't denote who's talking, which most of the time isn't the problem, because mainly it's just the Elder or Hermit Coco talking, but sometimes Sonic will respond. And it gets very confusing when you are watching the scene, and then all of a sudden Sonic responds, and it doesn't quite register at first. So you're just sitting there going, that's a weird thing for the Coco to say. There we go. So just little things like that being in small little quality of life patches, as well as the big content updates, is what I'm hoping for. And then one thing that I wrote while I was waiting for one of the nighttime challenges is denote which of the challenges on the map are only available at night. Because oftentimes I'm not going to stop whatever I'm doing just so that way I can go face that nighttime one. But also when I'm in the area, most of the time I'm not going to be at night. I just so happen to be lucky and found the nighttime challenge when I did. But through my time, I love those cacti, by the way. You can just Psyloop them and they give you friggin' fireworks, and you can do it with any of the ones that have blue, or I think there's one more type of cactus that does that. But it's just a really cool thing that, you know, it's just, they didn't need to do that, but they did, and it's really cute, and it's something that a lot of players aren't going to notice, but, you know, I did. And I am calling it out because I very much appreciate it. Alright, I think I'm going to go for this one. Well, I'll just finish out that one. But either way, I'm not going to get auto combo yet because it's not it's not super useful for me personally. Alright. There we go. For the most part, like I said, the game's been really good. Technically, it's been a lot better than I was expecting. Not saying that I was expecting this game to be a buggy mess, But, while there has been, while there has been quite a few, like, frame drops even on, this, I know, like, in terms of some of the technical aspects, I am kind of barely scraping by. I do want to, upgrade my, RAM sticks at some point. I do have, those on my Amazon wish list, so I don't forget that I want to upgrade them. And I know which ones specifically will work with my computer, because obviously, you know, it's there. But it's one of those things where I very much do not have money right now. So I can't really do that for myself, even though it would be something that would help me in, you know, video production. Obviously, it would help with streaming because my computer could handle doing more things at a time. Oops. There we go. Ah, perfect. The tank. Yep. Alright. So this dude, this one is very interesting because it changes up the way that you interact with him at the very beginning. And for this part, you very much have to get a rhythm down in order to get it to drop you. Of course, you also got to make sure that you're doing enough damage to it. But then you can silence the dude, and he's flying all around. Alright, now we're brought back up into the air because we didn't quite do enough damage. Alright. So yeah, I very much enjoy the fact that for a lot of the enemies there is no like one way to nice. Love that. Alright, that's our first death of the run. Let's go. Okay, there we go. We will try that again. Dang it. Also, you cannot, parry during this part, which is the thing that's tripping me up the most. I'm used to fighting this thing at level 99 where it barely gets the chance to attack. So my brain is kind of working on you have to actually dodge the enemy's attacks. Alright, there we go. Come on. No! Phantom Rush! What? Why? And... come on! There we go! No! Okay. But at the very least, we should be able to do enough damage to hopefully take it out. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Nailed it. Alright. Ah, yes. I don't know if this dude has a name other than Parasol, but if it does, they never told me. Alright. So yeah. In other news, there are other Sonic-related things going on. Of course, there's Sonic Prime, which we have gotten a few trailers for at this point. That's looking pretty good. Brian Drummond, not to be confused with Ryan Drummond, the original English voice of Sonic. Original English game voice of Sonic. Brian Drummond, who's famous for voicing Vegeta in the Ocean dub of Dragon Ball Z, is going to be playing Dr. Eggman. I forget the rest of the cast. That one is just the one that always comes to mind. But he will be Dr. Eggman, and a whole bunch of other people are going to be voicing Sonic characters, and it looks really interesting to me. Hello, buddy. Goodbye. Is that coming out in December? I don't remember. Either way, that's going to be on Netflix, so if you haven't... if you have Netflix, then, go ahead. I probably won't be reviewing it, at the very least, not right now. Well, for one, like to wait for physical releases of, things like that before I would do reviews of it. Like, I would love to do a review of the Netflix Castlevania series, and, those are all on Blu-ray. Spoilers for whenever I do that in the future. I really enjoy the series. I would highly recommend it, obviously, it's not for everybody. It has, very, dark themes, my brain cannot focus on anything that is not Sonic right now, I apologize. But long story short, Netflix Castlevania, really good, but make sure that you are of an appropriate age to watch it. Speaking of Sonic the Hedgehog shows, but not necessarily Sonic Prime, Discotech Media announced in October that they were finally doing the Japanese release of Sonic X. In 2016, I want to say, they put out a Blu-ray of the 4Kids version, which, if you are familiar with the 4Kids dub of Sonic X, it might have introduced my husband, Jason Griffith, to the world of Sonic, as he voiced Sonic in Shadow, as well as Jet the Hawk in the games, but that's neither here nor there. It introduced the world to the 4Kids cast, which was then used for games like Shadow the Hedgehog onward, up until Sonic Colors on the Wii. So that was 2004, 2005 to 2010. And that was... I pretty much grew up with all the different English voice versions of Sonic. I watched the old Jaleel White shows, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic SatAM, and Sonic Underground. I watched Sonic OVA with, I forget his name, but I saw him. I, of course, had Ryan Drummond with games like Sonic Heroes, Jason Griffith for most of the games after that, and then, of course, Roger Craig Smith from 2010 to present day. And, of course, shoutouts to Junichi Kanemaru, who has been the Japanese voice of Sonic ever since Sonic Adventure. So there's been a bit more consistency. Obviously, for the Japanese Sonic movie, they actually recast Sonic. But aside from that, and maybe like a few other projects that I can't think of right now, it's pretty much just been Junichi Kanemaru as the Japanese voice of Sonic. So once again, if you want consistency, stick to the Japanese version. But I grew up with pretty much every English voice of Sonic. And as much as I joke that, oh, Jason Griffith is my husband, you know, obviously, I can vibe with Sonic as long as the script is not terrible. Which, unfortunately, for a lot of the English scripts, it typically is. But pretty much all of them do the best with what they're given, even if it's substandard, some may say. Ah, oh, nice. Ran right off the side. So this is the first time, pretty much in any region, that Sonic X is being put out on Blu-ray, and so I'm very excited for it. It comes out, I want to say, winter 2023, which is, you know, obviously a year from now. But when I get my hands on both that and the 4Kids English version, excuse me, expect a comparison video. Nice, I nailed that. Expect a comparison video going over, you know, sort of what they changed in the dub, what was sort of lost in translation, and of course, you know, it doesn't need to be said, the original 4Kids dub wasn't that great. But once again, even though I grew up with a lot of those things, I never actually grew up with the Sonic X anime. It was something that I actively sought out later in life. So it'll be interesting finally going back and watching it all. I know I can go to sites of questionable legality and just watch it there. But of course, I like supporting the official release. I would feel better about watching the show and whatnot if I were able to have a way to officially support it. Of course, you know, if there is no other way, that is what I will do, and that's what I did when I first ended up watching the show. But still, I would feel better, especially like making a video sort of review on it, if I had those... Ah, nice. Come on. Oh, it switched lanes as soon as I went. Okay. There we go. So yeah, Sonic X, uncut Japanese version coming out by Discotech Media. Other Sonic-related things, if my brain could focus on it for 2 seconds. AB Group over in France is doing an AI upscaled Blu-ray release of the original Dragon Ball. They just released Series 1. And it's the best remaster of the show that we've gotten so far. I very much hope that they get an international release. Of course, knowing Funimation, that most likely won't happen. Considering, you know, we still have yet to get things like the, oh, excuse me. The Japanese, Amazon Prime remasters of the Dragon Ball movies. In any official capacity. Excuse me. There we go. I know I didn't get all 5 red star rings, but, oh well. Whenever you are retrying cyberspace stages, any red star rings that you previously collected do not have to be recollected, which is nice. So if I redid this stage, I would just have to grab the 1 red star ring instead of having to do all 5 in one go, which is very nice. But I digress. I hope AB Group continues with their work, and it is the first official release that we have gotten that actually has the original broadcast audio for the Japanese version, which is amazing. I hope, once again, that this gets a wider release than just France, I believe it's currently in. But much like the, I believe it's German exclusive, Dragon Ball Z and GT specials, sadly I'm not really holding my breath for a wider release. Alright. Fine, I'll go and actually fight this guy. Oh, you're joking. Maybe I don't want to fight this dude. Alright, anything else in terms of things that are coming out recently that I'm excited for? Huh. None that spring to mind, really. Aside from, obviously, the DLC for Sonic Frontiers, but that's a bit further out. Also, before I got hit by it before, I didn't know you could be hit by the things coming out. Obviously, I thought the red effect was cool. I just didn't know that it was damaging. Alright. That was rude. Alright. I'll give this dude one more shot, but if I don't take him out, then forgive me for moving on. But it's very nice that I got the respawn up on top of that that hill, as it were, because that makes it very convenient for me. Essentially skipping the first bit, where where I have to go up those little ones that he drops. Alright, is this enough? No! Dang it. Alright. But how's everybody else doing today? I was not paying attention to where that one was. Well, that was unfortunate. I'm not going to fight Strider anymore. Ah, I keep hitting the wrong button. But now, we can do loop kick. And that's just an extra something that we can do to spice up chat a bit. It's spice up chat. I looked at chat to spice up combat. Alright. What time is it? It is 7:50. So I do have work in the morning. It looks like I work, or at least I wasn't asked to come in early or tomorrow rather. So I could go for a bit longer than I was originally planning to. But at the same time, I also want to make sure that I get enough sleep. Oh, look at that! It's Strider! Isn't that neat? Do we want to fight that dude, chat? Alright. Yips. Alright. I didn't get this one. Oh, hey! A portal gear. That's nice. Makes up for the fact that I didn't actually finish off Strider. At this point, I am just looking for cyberspace stages. Which we will not find on there. However, we might be able to find some over here. Do I remember? Not entirely. Oh, this might be where one of the Chaos Emerald vaults is, now that I'm thinking about it. Also, hey, you made it. Hello. For those who might be getting, or for those who explore the open zones and get a bit weary of traversing them 100% of the way, all the time, as soon as you beat... Yeah, okay. I need 11 more Chaos Emerald Vault keys. Alright. So... for those who get a bit weary of traversing this big ol' open zone the entire time, nice. There are sort of fast travel things you can unlock. One of them is going through the fishing minigame with Big and fishing out Elder and Hermit Coco scrolls. That makes it that way you can teleport to any Elder or Hermit Coco you can see on the map. Which is very useful. But then, if you, I want to say, complete every cyberspace stage, you can then... Oh yeah, if you get to them before they can get up, they do that little twirling animation, and it's really cute. Unfortunately... Oh, excuse me. Unfortunately, you cannot, Nice. I did not do that the way that I intended to. There we go. There's that new loop kick that we just unlocked. I didn't know if you took long enough that he just went back down. That's kind of hilarious. But here is the main dude that we wanted to fight. No. There we go. No. There we go. Okay, so quick side loop does work on this dude. That is very good to know. And doing the Phantom Rush on him before, or not the Phantom Rush, but doing the sort of bounce attack around the ring before you hit him while he's stunned, just kind of brings him back to life. Alright. One thing I will say is I'm very glad that my computer can run this game relatively well, because all the loading can get to be a bit much if you're running this on, say, the Nintendo Switch. That doesn't do the greatest when it comes to these friggin' loading times, but also because you're spending a majority of the time in the open zone. It makes sense, and I don't, think that the Nintendo Switch version is utterly terrible. Alright. There should be another portal over here. Yeah. Alright. There it is. Let's get some more of these. Alright. Yeah. I will say, probably my favorite Supersonic Titan boss fight music in this game is the third Titan, which is the Knight. It is Its song is Find Your Flame, and if you do anything after you watch this live stream, please go listen to Find Your Flame. It is amazing. I love that song. And this one's very much based off of Rail Canyon from Sonic Adventure 2, which is fine. Personally, I would say the Sonic Adventure 2 stages, because this game has elements of, or stage layouts taken from Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Unleashed, and Sonic Generations, as well as some sort of levels that are not based off of anything. And personally, I would probably say, because they required the most amount of tweaking to work in this game, the adventure stages and the original stages, obviously because they weren't taken from anything, worked the best. And are my most favorite stages out of all of them. Not because the Unleashed or Generation stages were lazy per se, or they didn't have to do nearly as much work, but, you know, obviously those two were already boost games. Nice. Those two were already boost games. Meanwhile, Sonic Adventure 2 is not a boost title, and so more stage layout accommodations needed to be made. And overall, I just, you know, I enjoy these stages very much, and would like to have more. Whether they be original or reused from other games. If the latter, maybe we could get some games that didn't get representation, like Sonic Adventure 1 or Sonic Heroes. Something like that. Now that we know that there's at least a year's worth of free DLC coming, you know, if we do get more cyberspace stages, I want to redo that one because I wasn't really paying attention, and I know I can do better than that. And my pride won't let me leave. But something cyberspace. I enjoy these as fun little arcadey diversions, which, it's funny, this has, I believe, the same amount of stages as Sonic Forces did. So what was originally a fully blown standalone game is now a mini game in a much larger game. Alright, come on. No! Whew. As many people have pointed out, wait, Sonic doesn't go to Rail Canyon except for in a version of Sonic Adventure 2 where Shadow the Hedgehog wasn't playable. And they'd be right. But also, shut up, I enjoyed the stage. No, I'm just kidding. You know, it's something that a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, but very certain types of people get sort of taken out of the moment when it's supposed to be based off of Sonic's memories. And then suddenly he's going to stages where he never went to in the first place. So, you know, that explanation feels sort of flimsy when it comes to sort of why we're going to these older stages again. But once again, it never really bothered me that much. I just really enjoy this game. And so, you know, some people may say, oh, you know, you're just kind of letting things pass where in a worse game you wouldn't. And it's just like, well, yeah, if I don't enjoy it, then I'm not really going to buy why we have to do these things again, especially if it shows that we could have something much better. But at the same time, of course, there are going to be those people who don't enjoy Frontiers as much as I do, and don't give it that same sort of pass. There are people who don't enjoy the cyberspace stages, or don't enjoy the open zone and wish that there was more than one, or more of one and the other. And of course, you know, I see where both are coming from as somebody who enjoys both. But at the same time, you know, there's also something to be said about pacing and making sure that the game isn't too long, or too short, which, you know, I took about 20 hours to 100% the entire thing, and I was engaged the entire time. There was no point, even in some of the more widely criticized sections, where I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not really enjoying this game, you know, this is a bit of a slog to get through. If anything, I'm always enjoying myself with this game, and that is something that I am very, very appreciative of. This is very much what I want to see for the next 10 years or whatever Takashi Iizuka said. You know, this is supposed to be the framework for the next 10 years of Sonic, which, if it is, I'm all here for it, you know? I'm somebody who very much enjoyed this game. And if we don't do what we did in the past and have a winning formula that we immediately throw out, then, you know, I'm happy. If they just give me more of what I like, I'm happy. I would like to say, in that case, I am very simple and easy to please. Of course, I understand there are a whole lot of people who like and also work on Sonic and want different things. Like, I'm not saying that, oh, we should ignore these people who want game A and just do game, you know, B, C, or even like Z. You know, it's just, I think this has the most sort of broad appeal, most highest chance of being successful, and that's why I'm glad they aren't, you know, immediately dropping support for this game and are looking to support it throughout the year of 2023. I think I should have enough Knuckles memory tokens. Of course, you know, I'll still pick up however many I find. I'm not going to actively avoid them, but at the same time, you know, I'm not going to be sitting there going, oh, I should go find some more memory tokens. Dang it. I was hoping I could just land on it. But what I really need now are Chaos Emerald Vault keys. Hey, nice. Doubled it. push comes to shove, I will go and complete more of the cyberspace stages. Or not, like, more of the cyberspace stages, but go back to cyberspace stages I have already beaten. And get 100% on those. That's nice. I'm gonna go this way now. Because it is something that I know I can do easily, and the only, like, major way I can think of doing it quickly would be just sitting and chilling, doing, like, Big's fishing minigame, which I would have to go find Big's fishing minigame first. Yep, come on. There we go. Nice! So for this one, you know, you can hit both at once, apparently. But I was going to show, you can hit it lightly or hit it hard, and that changes sort of the elevation. Of course, it also changes how far it goes before it disappears, and then the elevation that Sonic is at also matters when you hit that. And so you have to think about it a bit more than not at all, which is another thing that I appreciate. Alright. Now, is this somewhere I want to go? Oh, it just brought me back over to where Shark was. Alright. I'll do this just that way we can open a bit more of the map. There we go. Alright. But yeah, if y'all are liking what you see so far, of course I will be streaming this game at my usual times, Wednesdays and Saturdays at 5 p.m. PDT. And I think after I take on this island, I will call it for today. But, there we go. But of course, if there's anything you'd like me to show off, whether it be, you know, a stream or a video of me trying to get my best times in cyberspace stages, or if there's any specific mods you'd like to see, because, like I said, I'm on the PC version, and have quite a few that I want to show off. But if there's something that people specifically want to see, I am, of course, more than willing to accommodate. There we go. Portal gear, yeah, I'll take it. I'm really not getting many, Chaos Emerald Vault keys at all. And then that, that brings me back here. Alright. I always forget where Big's fishing spot is. But that's because I don't have this entire game's 5-island layout dedicated to memory. Yeah, come on. Thank you. It's funny because I believe the speedrun is pretty much just running to Big as fast as you can and doing Ah, nice. Doing as much fishing as you can, or maybe they include the spit roast minigame, barbecue spit minigame. I do not know. I just know that oh, nice. I just know that the speedrun is an hour and a half long. Which is very interesting. Hey, we're back to this stage. That way I can get those last 2 red rings. Beautiful, isn't it? And maybe I'll actually do speedrun tech this time. I don't know if I would ever do a full game speedrun, not because I don't think I could do it, but just because I enjoy exploring this game too much, so just skipping over large portions of it ain't really my thing. But I digress. You know, if y'all would like me to do speedruns, just let me know, and you know, I would be more than happy to do it, because I know I tried to learn how to do Mega Man X speedruns. I casually speedrun like games like the original Sonic the Hedgehog, just because, you know, that was the first game I ever played, and I know that game inside and out. Alright. So, if y'all would like to see me stream speedruns, you know, it probably wouldn't be the only thing that I do on my channel, even though those take up a lot of time. It would probably just be a more casual thing, just, hey, I've been practicing my speedrun. I want to show y'all what I've done so far. You know, it'd be something like that instead of, hey, I just got the world record on this game. Because I've been spending the last 2 years, you know, running the same game over and over, you know. Shoutouts to all the speedrunners, whether they be, you know, the world record holder or somebody who just plays it casually or with friends watching. You know, it's just something that it takes a lot of dedication to be able to speedrun something and be able to do it well. And even if you're just starting out, like, the decision to speedrun a game, you know, it's not something that everybody chooses to do. Everybody goes at their own pace. And I don't think that speedrunning is the only way to do it, nor do I think that speedrunning is, you know, terrible and affront to what the developers wanted you to do. But, you know, it's just something that I very much enjoy watching and I very much enjoy participating in. Am I able to... Okay, I got all 4 of those. I need 11 more for that. Are there any that I haven't done so far? Oh. How about that one right next to Knuckles? Also, one thing I will say, you get to a high enough ledge, and you fall down, and you're just charging up a drop dash the entire way. You go so far, it is so fun. And just, you know, especially on the next island, Chaos Island, you know, you just scale up one of the mountains and then just fall all the way down. Oh, it is exhilarating. I'm hoping this will spit me out closer to where I want to go and not further away. So that brings me over here. And it's bringing me further away. Alright, so I'll head out this way again. Ah. Oh yeah. This one I am kind of embarrassed to admit took me a bit longer, because I thought you had to Psyloop the flame that amount of times instead of doing it in the order going from lowest to highest. So I was just sitting there going, I thought I Psylooped that one 4 times. Why is it back? And then it finally clicked that, oh no, you're just supposed to do it in order. It was not my brightest moment, but, you know. Alright. Now which way am I trying to go? That way. The way that I keep getting turned around. Alright. Ah, right. So this is the first Starfall event. That means that I've spent so much time on this island that everything respawns. All of the items, all of the enemies, they're back. Once every few night, meteors will fall like rain. When this happens, items and enemies in the open field will be resurrected. Picking up the fallen star pieces will allow Sonic to use the slot machine. Get purple coins when the patterns line up. So this is something that I've also heard a lot of people complain about. Because the HUD is very distracting, and obviously in a sea of lights, it's hard to tell where any waypoints that you set are. Of course you can use the compass at the top, but you know, there are some people who turn that off. So for those just casually playing, it can be a bit distracting. I didn't mean to go that way. Yeah. I think no matter what, after this cyberspace stage, I should have enough to open up the next Chaos Emerald Vault. There we go. Nice. But obviously we need a few more than just these ones. Because I have access to 2 Chaos Emeralds right now. And there are a bit more than 2 Chaos Emeralds in this game. Alright. We are almost done with the skill tree, which is strange to think about. Alright. But now we'll head into the next cyberspace stage. Hopefully we can find Big at some point, because we have not seen my boy, and I want to see my boy. Come on. There we go. As always, I apologize if I fall silent during main platforming segments. It's just a bit hard to commentate and focus at the same time. Come on. There we go. I don't think that was quite an S rank. Oh, well there we go. So it was. And that's one of the reasons why I think that what do you call it? Hard mode should be updated, or they should add a very hard mode just to make sure that you know, it's a bit more difficult to do what I just did. Oh, nice. We can open 3 Chaos Emerald Vaults. I believe we just need 5 more? So, let's see. Chaos Emerald Vault. We have 1, 2, 4 more. Okay. So let's find our next portal. None, of course, because we'll have all the Chaos Emerald Vaults opened, as well as all of the memory tokens that we need. We will be able to very quickly progress through the story of this island. I know that I have taken a lot more time than I did on Chronos. But at the same time, you know, like I said, this isn't a speed run, this is a challenge run. And that's my justification. Alright. But no, at the end of the day, it's just me having fun screwing around exploring. Which, you know, like I said, I don't think I could ever do a full game run of this game because I would just want to run around and explore all the time. And after 30 some odd hours of playing and replaying this game, I still am not tired of it. It's very nice. It's...
That's a huge wall, and an equally huge hole through it. Yikes.
Hold up. I've never heard that one before, even in the YouTube videos with all the data mined voice clips. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, so this is just clear with S rank time. I can do that. I hope. No, I've S ranked everything. Like I said, I've 100%ed this game. This is S-rank gameplay right here. Alright. At the same time, I know that there's been data mined extra missions that you... Every time I do that. Data mined extra missions for cyberspace that I don't know if they toned it down just for the sake of not wanting to let the player get too many Chaos Emerald Vault keys from cyberspace at once, or if it's they didn't want to overwhelm the player with too many tasks. Personally, I think having them be things that you... I don't know. On the one hand, on the side of balancing. I understand that they wouldn't want to make it. They wouldn't want people to get Chaos Emeralds too quickly. And I'm trying to figure out a way to say, but on the other hand, I would like more challenges when it comes to cyberspace. Maybe making some of those cut challenges exclusive to arcade mode? Although that... Okay. Apparently if you get the supersonic boost, or the power boost, excuse me, power boost cutscene, while you are grinding on a rail, the game doesn't know what animation to put you in, so you just kind of roll up, or go up the rail with your standing animation. That's hilarious. Okay, so what I want to do is go that way. Oh. Yeah, I can go that way. But if there is one thing that you'd like to see from a new Sonic game, or even just like DLC for this game, what would it be, chat? What do y'all want to see out of the next mainline Sonic game? Am I just missing the part where you climb up? Oh, I am, because it's over there. Yep, nope. Go back up. There we... No! There we go. Very intentional. Alright. Oh, you know what? I got the springs down there for that specific reason, and I still didn't use them. Yes, thank you, Tank. There we go. Alright, now how do I get over there again? Ah. That's nice. Oops. There we go. Now what? Oh, right. Then you can ride the platform there and back. It takes a lot longer, and I don't know why you wouldn't just do the rail, which you can at least boost to make go faster, but yeah, you do you, I guess. You know what? We have all the Chaos Emerald Vault keys that we need, but we'll just do this, just because we're here. Also, Coco are adorable, and I will hear nothing to the contrary. Look at him do his little antlers. Alright. The fact that you can combo out of, or cancel most, super attack animations with other super attacks is very nice. Did I need to wait for that to fall? No. Nice. Why? Why, SpongeBob? Why? All right. One thing that I should note about Sonic's controls is after you do a specific move once in the air, like for example air dash, you cannot do it again until you touch solid ground, which, ooh, that was rough. But I'm not gonna do it again. Which some people might go, oh, it's kind of annoying that, you know, you don't get those back until you land on the ground. I very much like to think of it as, complementary to sort of what the game developers were going for when they were making the controls for Sonic. And it kind of turns a lot of the game into a puzzle on, okay, I have this and this currently available. I can double jump, I can drop dash, and I can boost. How do I want to get through this part? And you kind of have to sort of decide when is the best time for me to boost. And another part of that is no. And another part of that is sort of, you know, using things like the speedrun sort of the speedrun tech of the sort of super boost, super air boost, whatever they call it. I am getting very off track. Here. Just that way I have a way to easily come back. Hell, I was saying something. There we go. Oh, the cyberspace stages sort of become speed-based puzzles, where you're trying to figure out, okay, how can I do this? And how can I, you know, sort of take care of this? Okay, so I need to go all the way around. That's not great, but I'll do it anyway. So I go over this way, and then go up. And then through the power of up, power of up, not the power of up that I was looking for, this is the power of up I was looking for. I can then completely sidestep that enemy, go on this rail, and then that should bring me over to here, which is where I need to go in order to get the Chaos Emerald. And like exploring these big, sort of like platforming. I pressed the wrong button. These big sort of, oh, that was real cool using that, momentum there. You know, these big sort of, challenge areas. It's super fun. And, you know, it's just, this is more of what I want to see from Sonic. Just a big old area that's super fun to explore. I feel like this will get me to that emerald over there faster. Is this another whatever. If only we had gotten those before, right? Right. Now that I'm done being distracted by shiny things, let's go get another emerald. Speaking of shiny things, real quick, let's do this one. Alright. There we go. Oh, look at that. They want me to go get the rest of the things from that cyberspace stage. Unfortunately for them, I have everything that I need, so I'm just gonna go. Once again, be very wary of that enemy that I just passed, because they can and will steal your Chaos Emerald. Alright. Ah, perfect. Ah. Got caught in the corner. Alright. But now we are very close to the Chaos Emerald. It's mine! Alright, attach him to the wall. Alright, now we can finally go do the story. Let me just stay out of the range of this dude real quick. Yeah, remember when Sonic was saving his friends? I love that smirk he gives Knuckles.
Some rescue. I'm still half ghost.
I'm working on it, okay?
What's going on with you?
Just a little side effect of the island's weird energy. What are you doing so far from home?
I was investigating some strange ruins when I was transported here. Then got trapped.
No moment with you.
Just bring me up to speed.
Listen, help me find the Chaos Emerald so I can beat up some big robots. You'll be free and back to guarding the Master Emerald in no time.
Sounds like a plan.
I know he's a hologram, but just kiss already.
You are the key. Be empowered with this technique.
Right, yeah, remember that? Remember that entity? Speaking of entities, look at this dude.
While I cannot fully control it, I can awaken its rage against you.
So this is Wyvern, or Wyvern, however you want to pronounce it. I personally choose Wyvern. If that's incorrect, I apologize, I guess. But
I need to find someplace safe.
when I first saw this dude, I thought it was going to be very much like a fight from Castlevania Lords of Shadow 1. And by that I mean very annoying to fight and having to constantly like hold on to its sort of like scales, I guess, while it's flying, and just having to like slowly, oops, well, nice. Just being a hassle and a pain to deal with. But then Sonic Frontiers was just like, nah, we like having good boss fights. You know, no offense to Castlevania Lords of Shadow or the people who developed it. But I just can't stand constantly failing that that section because I didn't notice that it was going into another QTE and then falling off.
You cannot
Because-
live forever. Final warning. Leave.
That was a warning?
That game very much likes throwing QTEs in the middle of a boss fight, and unlike Sonic Frontiers, they are not forgiving in the slightest. Come on. There we go. Talk to me, Knuckles. Didn't want to get my Chaos Emerald stolen. Well, there's that dude.
Right about you. You're reckless and destructive.
I have no idea what your deal is, but if we could just talk.
No
It's
business.
really just vibing in the back there.
Only elimination.
Hey, that was really cool. How can you do that?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Time out!
Time out! She attacked you!
Yeah, it's kind of her thing. But she's trying to protect something. Or someone. I'm willing to help, but first I need to know what's going on.
Also, if you couldn't tell, I very much enjoy the voice acting in this game too.
What you're talking about.
I very much enjoyed the direction that
Trusting Sonic.
No, I'm not. Trust me.
I think the deliveries really sell some of these like cheesier lines. Like, you're too trusting. No, I'm not. Trust me. Is a really goofy line on paper, but I think it really works for the tone that they're trying to set. Alright. So what I want to do is probably head this way. That's not the way that I wanted to go. This way. Also, I really like that you can climb on these. Come on. There we go. Knew I could get up here. Alright. No, I don't want to fight you, tank. I completely lost track of where my mission was. It was over there. And while we're here... Alright. And now we see Wyvern just flying about this stage, which I think is really cool. As you can see, there are a whole lot of optional dialogues that you can do. If we headed back to Kronos Island, I'm sure there were a lot of Amy dialogues I skipped.
Can you see that seal in the center of the pond? If we could pull it out, we could drain the water. The problem is, I'm still ghost-like, and you're useless underwater.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a
Thanks for
point.
the concern. Anyway, if I can jostle the device holding the chain, maybe I can get it to reel it in?
Worth a shot. Just don't slip and fall. I can't haul you out.
I like that they're antagonistic towards each other again. But also, you can very much fall in here. And your running speed is very slow underwater. In fact, I don't think I'll be able to make it out. Whew, just barely. But what you want to do is interact with Knuckles over here, so that way you actually start the mission. Or interact with the thing over here. Which is by grabbing the bullet. Do you interact with it first? No, because you just bring it over. You have to side loop it. I sometimes forget that that's how you interact with things in this game. But yeah, you interact with the bullet. You bring it over to the cannon. And then that's not it. You actually have to aim and fire it. And this is what trips people up. You hit the big target-looking thing. I have actually seen a fair few people struggle with this portion. Hey look, it's the Millennium Puzzle. Hey!
Wait, was draining the oasis the best idea?
Well, hey, you've revealed the way forward. That's what's important.
Says you. You can't feel this heat. Oh well. Race you to the next emerald.
Yeah, you know, in hindsight, probably not the smartest idea, but, shut up. Also, I have run into a few of these, I just never pointed them out. Those just give you a fair few cocoa. So if you're ever in a spot where you need a few more of those, just look for one of those big circle pods. You don't see Sonic physically collecting them, but they are indeed going into your total cocoa. Now let's... Excuse me? Oh. There he is.
What's up?
These Coco are supposed to link up with another unit, but an enemy has them pinned down here.
Aren't you supposed to be helping find the emeralds?
I could do both. Hurry up if you want in on the fun.
Knuckles, you can barely do one thing, let alone two. Alright, so this one is... It's as difficult as you want it to be, is what I will say. Ah, dang it. Because the more cocoa you collect, the faster that the towers fall. And every time you get hit, you drop all your cocoa. Okay. I will come back for the last cocoa. No! Stupid invisible walls. Dang it! If I get hit one more time, it's over. I'll have to do the entire thing over again. And it will be so sad. Yeah, there we go. And of course, like I said, we're not going to skip these, the most important cutscenes.
Nice work, soldiers. Now let's link up with the main force.
Yeah, you make a great supervisor, Nux. Maybe try fighting next time, though.
He
Alright. Now, not fighting Tank. Let's go talk to Knuckles. I'm so glad that Sonic is taking itself seriously and allowing itself to have more mature conversations, I'll say. The stories have deeper themes than, hey, Eggman is taking over, go and stop him.
Experienced this before. We're somehow seeing a battle from the past.
Those defenses are impressive. Maybe I should get some notes for my island.
Well, the walls don't stop lasers. But hey, more defense on your island would never hurt. Hey look, it's the Zap!
I guess the defenses didn't hold after all.
They can't do the Coco like that. Eggman, no!
Them again.
I look forward to your battle reports once we're home. I'll integrate you into my system, give you control of the whole EggNet. I'll have you network all my robots. You'll be a refreshing change of pace from Orbach and Cubot.
They are your creations, like me. That would make them like my brothers.
Yeah, I guess so.
I suppose so.
I look forward to that.
Alright.
I can confirm Sonic has made multiple breaches into cyberspace and escaped.
Through raw talent and no shortage of tenacity, I'm sure. Impressive.
You speak of him with respect as often as you curse him. I do not understand.
Oh, I hate that hedgehog. That doesn't change the fact that he is a formidable adversary. I respect him. I don't have to like him.
Your genius, his skill.
I really like what this game does for Eggman's character. Ah, so close. Ah, yes. This is going to be another little mini game, but afterwards is one of my favorite cutscenes with Knuckles. Once again, I really love how these characters are characterized in this game.
I don't care if you're afraid. Those are your people out there.
Hey, Coach, what's with the pep talk?
With the defenses down, the soldiers are supposed to fall back to a bunker.
Then I'll round up the stragglers and you supervise, Commander.
That sounds good.
Yeah. You do that. Alright, so this one is just like the Coco roundup from the first island. The only difference is bombs exploding on sand are going to cause a bit more of a mess than before. I wonder if you can use Psyloop to sort of counteract that. I don't know. I've never tried. No. That would have been cool, though. Hey, nice! I cleared it when... Alright, this cutscene's really good.
Is this the place? Yo, Nux!
Sonic, this looks like ruins from back home. What if the people of these islands survived and resettled on Angel Island?
Better make this pretty important.
Oh, it's so good.
Not a good sound.
Coco are adorable, and I'm so sad that the Coco plushes are Japan only right now. I hope at some point we get merch of...
Assault the bunker! I can't lose this!
You've got this, buddy. I've got your back.
Thank you, Sonic.
It's so good. Also, people freak out because they think they have to destroy all of these. And really, all you need to do is climb and stomp. You just need to get it slammed down into the ground, climb, and stomp. Ah, neat. Oh, I got hit thrice. I was just sitting there going, wait, no, I have enough time! Please! There we go. There we go. No. Come on. There we go. Look at that. And now we get the Chaos Emerald. Also, the dynamic the dynamic day and night system in this game makes some cutscenes absolutely gorgeous. Wait, no! Hey, look, it's the Zap. It's the Zap. Alright. This next cutscene as well is also really good. You know what? Nope. Press the wrong button again. I need 40 and 50. Okay. That was not what I wanted to do. There we go. Well, in the end, it turns out I didn't really need it after all. This cutscene's also pretty great.
Ages ago, my people were wiped out by a cataclysm. I know the Coco faced something similar. It reminds me I'm the last Echidna, that I'm alone.
You may be the last, but you're not alone. You've got us, Knucklehead.
I'll admit, I do envy your lifestyle. Freedom to go where you want, when you want.
So do it. Get out there and live a little.
Maybe I could. But first, I need to be back to normal. So hurry up and get me back to normal.
Anything to get you away from me.
I'd like to believe because he's kind of incorporeal right now.
He helps those he is at odds with. He is quick to make peace. Perhaps... No. I have run the simulations. They are doomed.
I'd like to believe that they both made the conscious effort to do the fist bump, knowing that one of them is pretty much incorporeal at this moment, and just really focused hard on doing it. Alright. Wow. Up. I'm on one of them there splines. No! This is the exact opposite way I wanted to go. Yep, come on. There we go. Dang it. I can't climb that wall. Or that one, apparently. So I guess I gotta go around, huh? How the heck do you want me to get up there? Hello, Coco! You are adorable. Jump off before the spline. And suddenly we're able to get through. Well, I say get through, but... let's see. Can I go around this way? I can. Oh no. Okay, good. Alright, what do you need, Knuckles?
Sonic, check these out. I don't think this ancient machinery was active before. Any idea what changed?
Something similar happened on the last island. Let's just call it a little divine intervention. If I can solve the lock's code, it should open the way to that flying titan.
Wait, Sonic. You're still missing a Chaos Emerald, aren't you? Oh, that thing will tear you to shreds.
Oh, thanks,
The
Knuckles.
last Titan was holding the final emerald. I'm willing to bet it's the same deal here.
Yeah.
First, though,
We got a
let me go into
gameplay
this
loop.
main game. Let me see. The stones and the ports seem to have corresponding colors.
Hey, Chad, can you help me solve this one? I don't understand what the game wants me to do. Yep, come on. Yep. Nice. I totally have a sense of 3D space. I'm so glad the game just snaps to where it's supposed to be. Hey, nice. I actually properly lined that up, I think. Yeah, nailed it. I totally lined that up the way it was properly supposed to go. You Okay, there we go. Now that the game's stopped, now that the game's not bullying me anymore. Alright. There we go. I solved the very complicated puzzle. I'm surprised I didn't have to look that one up. All jokes aside. I'm fine with easier puzzles that are meant for, story-based progression. I just want there to be more complicated puzzles that are optional.
Did it. Nice work.
Was there ever any doubt? Ready to go face impossible odds?
Huh. We've faced worse. Here we go. Try to keep up.
Whoa, hey, that's my line.
I love the way that Roger delivered the "Was there ever any doubt?" Yep, come on. Hey, I made it back to maximum rings. But yeah, after this Titan fight, I think I'm going to call it for a night. For the night, because I have to, go to bed and get ready for work tomorrow. Wyvern! Oh, and the first Titan was Giganto. Alright, catch Wyvern. Yep, well, there we go. Very dangerous, dangerous, very dangerous to just be boosting all around here. Yeah, no, as somebody who played the original Castlevania Lords of Shadow, as soon as I saw this cutscene and, well, saw Wyvern's design in general, I was very concerned that it was going to be like that one stage from Lords of Shadow. But then I actually got to fighting the boss, and it was much more fast-paced. I mean, you would hope that Sonic the Hedgehog would be faster than Castlevania when it comes to the actual flow of gameplay and whatnot. Also, I've said this to a few people that I've actually watched play the game, but if you're having a bit of difficulty with the sort of sensitivity of moving the analog stick left and right during this section, you can also just use the bumpers on a controller, and it sidesteps as well. And I find that much more reliable because it's not going to count one button press as two. Meanwhile, with a flick of the thumbstick, it often registers two inputs instead of one. Or that you're holding it down when you're just meaning to, move one step, and then you accidentally run into a projectile. And that's just not fun. More eyes. Why? Right, so for this you're boosting to catch up to Wyvern, and the entire time it's going to be sending missiles and whatnot at you. Pro tip for this: just parry the missiles back at it and you will instantly catch up. Ah, yes. I love the parry for this one. You take him, and you just throw him against the side of a mountain. Oh, it's beautiful. But yeah, this fight, I feel like would be a lot better if you actually had to time your parries, which is one of the reasons why I said, oh, Sega, please, or oh, Sonic Team, please add a, what do you call it? Very hard mode, or tweak hard mode so that way you actually have to try to time your parries. Now, should I have done that before I got the Psyloop off on it? Because it's harder to get the Psyloop off on during the second phase? Probably not, but I'll try my best. By the way, once again, the soundtrack for the Supersonic Titan fights in this game are amazing. Come on. Dang it. So I don't think I'm going to get the double Psyloop ability off on him, which is unfortunate. But hey, sometime when I fight this boss again, I will show y'all what that looks like. Alright, now we have our first QTE of the boss fight. Once again, the supersonic fights in this game are like anime bullcrap, and I love it! Alright. Now this should drop it into the range where we can do the final QTE. Yeah, there it is. Yep. There we go. It's so... They didn't need to go this hard, but I'm so glad they did. I accidentally pressed the wrong button there. That was on me. Luckily, it's not an instant fail state. So all we need to do is parry a missile and then punch him again. There we go. Alright. There we go. God, it's so cool!
Not bad. Things would have been over faster if I'd been Super Knuckles. You did all right.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
Also, they acknowledge that Super Knuckles exists.
Hopefully I'll find Tails too. I'm worried about him.
He'll be all right. Now hurry up and save the day already.
Also, I like that Supersonic flinches because he knows that Knuckles can punch the Chaos Emeralds out of him. Alright. But with that, after the game loads, I will have to call it for tonight because I do have to get some sleep tonight before work tomorrow. Hey, look at that! Supersonic didn't immediately get shot down. I said immediately shot down. Ooh. Sonic, you doing okay? Oh well. Alright. With that, I am going to call it. So thank you so much for everybody who came and watched the stream, everybody who, you know, may have popped in for a few minutes, anybody who is watching this after the fact on my YouTube channel. This has been Max CVA, also known as Fiyoko the Leader, and I will catch you next time. Peace.